Good morning. This is Seiko Scuffed coming at you live with Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Now, before we start, I have some things to talk about. And unfortunately, one of the things I did not do while I was gone is make a talking screen. So we're just going to be here without the music so I can come through clearly. First of all, why was I gone? I said I was going to be here tomorrow about 5 days ago, and here I am, having missed about 3 stream slots. Well, that's because I've just had headaches, been stressed, and just been generally busy and unwell. And admittedly, I'm still not feeling great, but I wanted to do something other than just lay around feeling bad. So here we are. Another thing is I've noticed a bit of a trend with myself, not one that I'm happy with though. Every time we finish a big game, this time being Silksong, I tend to take a short break, but I do always do it unannounced. I think it's just because I have a bit of an issue starting up new things. It takes a lot of energy for me. So today we're going to just blast through this. Instead of doing a near stream like I was planning, we're going to go through the entire first chapter of the new game. And it shouldn't be too long, shouldn't be too hard. It's a tutorial chapter. And although some of the Ace Attorney games have good first chapters, the last game was not great, so my hopes aren't entirely high, though people's reviews of this one, they suggest this one will be a lot better. Oh, what else was I going to talk about? Right, I'll be streaming a bit more in this week to make up for lost time. Obviously, I won't be around for Christmas or anything like that. But once the week is over, we'll be back to our regular schedule, I believe, and that'll be quite nice. Also, you might have noticed new stream icon and banner. I went through and I made those finally. I am fine with them as they are now. Some of them are unfinished, or one of them is unfinished. Some of them just aren't uploaded at all. So I'll probably get to those sooner rather than later, considering I've already put in quite a bit of work into them. But I quite like them. I'll have to update the little guy in the corner at some point, probably, but that'll be the last thing. Or the chat box. That thing's a nightmare, apparently. Oh, and I think I had some more to talk about. In fact, I've been talking to myself all day, just sort of excited to be here again. But now that I'm here, it's all slipped my mind. And I wanted to get it all out quickly because, not quickly, but first, because this is not a game I can talk a lot during. Or rather, I do talk a lot, but it's not about whatever I'm talking about. It's about me reading the game. Well, it's all slipped my mind that I'm actually here. So, oh, right. I do remember what it was now. So, it's been a little over a year since I started doing this, I think. It's hard to keep track. But initially, when I started doing this, it was mostly just to get me used to talking in front of a mic. I'm quite good at talking in front of people, but I've known for a long time that I'm terrible in front of a mic. As is the case with most people. I've seen it firsthand a lot. I've experienced it firsthand a lot as well. But it was also so I could figure out if this is something I enjoy doing. And I'm proud to say that I do. I really do like being here, and I'd like to put more effort into it going forwards. Something that I was going to do initially, but I still wasn't quite keen on this whole thing. But yeah, in this next year, I know it's a bit preemptive for those New Year's resolutions that people do, but I like to do a lot more work. And I think something that really encouraged me to do that is I have a little list on the Twitch About page of a bunch of things that I'd like to do this year. I have not paid attention to it in the slightest, actually. Most of it's not done. Most of it will not be done. Really bit off more than I could chew. Which is really funny because I was horribly, horribly sick when I wrote that. I don't know what I was expecting myself to do. I did not recover fully until maybe February, and after that I disappeared off the internet for the whole summer, I think. But yeah, I'd like to actually put some more effort into all this. I think it'd be quite fun. And is that everything I want to get off the top of my head at the beginning? I think it is. I guess we could talk a little bit about the previous game. Look at your title selection. This one was not great. The longer we go, like the more time passes since I was actively playing it, the more I realize it just kind of sucked. I was really, really trying to be nice to it when I was playing it, partially to encourage myself to keep going. And right after I finished it, I kept trying to justify the time I spent with it. But it really is just bad. Even with the second game in the main series, which is considered the worst of the bunch, that one is still good, right? I like it still. Because even though it has some really, really bad parts, the finale makes it all worth it, really. This one, I was hoping it would be a similar case, where the finale pulls through, as it so often does in Ace Attorney games, but it really didn't. It was actually the worst part of the game, from what I can recall. In fact, though admittedly I can't recall most of the game, because I did it so spread out. But yeah, let's hope this next one is a lot better. I've heard it is. And being a bit later into the timeline, I don't know how much later it is, but I don't expect it to interact much with the main series. Not only because the main series ignores it, but also because this is any point in time after that previous game is the time when Phoenix and Edgeworth are apart. I don't know where I'm going with this. Here, let's turn the audio on. Let's get into it, shall we? Yes, I would like to start from the beginning. Probably should have read the name of that title, shouldn't I? Also, I should get some water, because Turnabout Trigger. Because I'm going to be voicing a lot if we're doing this whole chapter in one sitting. Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the western sky, bringing a message of peace. It's making its final approach, and lands right on schedule. I didn't read that last word. I just guessed. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zhang Fa. Welcome, Mr. President. Oh, don't worry, I'll be confused right alongside you. And now, sir, your audience awaits. It does look like it's going to be connecting a little bit to the previous game, though, with Zhang Fa. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation have been captured thanks to the prosecutor's office of your great country. I think I read that right. That's going a bit quick. Especially since I have a water bottle in my hand still. You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. Oh, and we're starting off with the presidential assassination. Really? That's a great place to start. Certainly one of the more intense ones. Call the prosecutor's office. Get Miles Edgeworth here right away. If anyone can solve this, he can. Oh, okay, so Zhang Fa is straight up treating Edgeworth as a detective now. That's interesting. I mean, I guess he kind of was. I mean, he had Gumshoe as his assigned detective, so he was always on the scene anyways. Anyway, it's time for a lot of tutorials, packed into probably 2 to 2.5 hours. Oh, we're at Gourd Lake. Okay, so we're in, not America, not Japan. The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. Oh, he lived? Okay. He's gonna be an important character then. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, that's kind of the voice I give the judges usually, isn't it? That's fine, the judges don't show up. Oh, thanks goodness you're here, sir. This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one who usually is assigned to my cases. How's the president, detective? Oh, we still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, the medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I see. Hope he's alright. Then I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead. Right away, sir. Hey! I said hey! Yeah, you! Ruffles. Oh, Ruffles. Who was that? Someone called him Ruffles. Who was it? I forget. Who's that? Oh, no. Okay, it's a... Oh, I'm thinking of Scruffy. Scruffy is what, Franziska calls him. This is a new character. You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't ya? Want to give me your first impressions? Anything strike you as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe, with me. Alright, new guy. Come down now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me. Now, Detective, I'll need the facts of this case, in as much detail as you can give me. Right away, sir. Oh, well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. That is a very tight-fit suit. I don't even remember what the name of the muscle there beneath the pectoral is, but that is very clearly defined. Also, he has pointed ears. That's interesting. Oh, well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered here to welcome the president of Zhang Fa. Dijun Wang. Or Wang? I'm assuming Edward's going to speak with the American accent. Dijun Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now. I know, I don't think anyone would be able to. I think it's one of those just form-fitting anime outfits. Also, I just realized I don't actually know if Edward does speak with an American accent, because the main series takes place in what I call not America, not Japan, because it flip-flops between the two. Because it's supposed to be one of the two, depending on where you bought the game. You know, Japan if it's in Japan, America if you bought it in America. But it doesn't really work that well, because obviously Japan stuff happens in it, because it's a game that was originally made in Japan, and doesn't make sense for that to happen in America, but they still reference American law. It's sort of weird, but one of the things that happens in the American version of the game is anytime someone says that they spent time in America training or something, they say it's in Europe. In some cases, it is actually Europe, but I don't actually know what the case is for Edgeworth. If he was, like, trained in America or Europe. Or, I mean, I think he was trained in Japan, not America, but I know at one point he left to go to one of the other two. And also, the guy who sort of raised him, the guy who raised him seems American, kind of, but also his daughter is kind of German, and I think she is canonically, like, she trained in Germany. It's hard to tell. It's very confusing. It was raining until just before he landed. Well, luckily he let up, and he went on stage as planned. And then, smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gun goes off and everyone runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently. Apparently? Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You were summoned on short notice as well. I sure was, right in the middle of my day off. I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case. And then the boss himself calls you on to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Edgeworth? The boss? Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. Wait. Who's the Chief Prosecutor? It didn't even click for me that there is supposed to be a Chief Prosecutor between Edgeworth and Lana Skye. Because in the first game, Lana Skye she lost that position. And then next time we talked about the Chief Prosecutor, it was Edgeworth. Who is it now? Another bad guy? First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get me Edgeworth right away, he's the only man for the job." Something like that. I see. Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know. So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere? Good. Now all you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd, before they strike again. You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. Alright. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. And search every scene of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Precisely. Ah, tutorial speech. I got it. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Alright. Duly noted. Detective Gumshoe? How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took care of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions. You got it. If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press A. Oh, yep. I'm not going to read out the tutorial dialogue from here on. Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me about his how security detail was arranged during the speech? Two of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. Oh man, I'm stuttering a lot. It's fine, I'll get into it. It's just been a while. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd, we would have spotted it right away. I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should be able to speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. Oh, new character. So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little information about what happens to that information once you got a hold of it? Oh, it's this guy. I thought he was a news reporter, but he has a bear trap on his bag. And a hard hat. I mean, I guess he could just be a really enthusiastic reporter. But he seems more like a camper of some sort. Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. And he's a tape recorder, too. Hey, Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it. What happens next? Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections. All right, sir? Detective. Oh, wrong character. Detective. Don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say, and what next? Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master. Oh, man, I forget that they treat the word logic like it's magic in this particular game, because it's the name of a game mechanic. Okay, logic time. Here we go. It's nice to see that they kept this part. This one was an enjoyable mechanic. Certainly not the worst that I've seen in a visual novel. Despite the President's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack, completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. Well, that's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh? Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. You know, you can really tell this is a tutorial chapter because Edgeworth is not going into detail for any of these things. When he went to ask for the guards, like, formation detail, I thought he was going to be trying to reason where the gunshot came from. But I guess they're just trying to break this down to more easily digestible pieces for the new players. Make the wrong connection, however, and will only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Oh, okay, here we go. Formally begin. Let's get this investigation started. Yep, you got it. Now I can walk around freely, right? Where can I walk to? Oh, just on the stage. No going into the crowd. We have 2 forensics guys, 2 bodyguards, some torn cloth. Actually, what is that in the water? Is that a balloon? I think that's a balloon. The cup is knocked over here. The plane looks normal. Okay, this side has a balloon as well, so that is a balloon. Was the balloon shot through? That wouldn't make much sense. Maybe it was... Well, it would make sense if it was shot through, but I was wondering if it shot through from the other side. I think it's... This place is the shooter on the left side here. And I don't think I can get anything else without actually interacting with objects, so let's do that. Hey, Ruffles! Tutorials are nice the first time, yeah. And that was one of the issues that it had in the other game, is that it keeps the tutorial speech up the whole time, which is not great, as opposed to the main series. Because the main series, you don't really need tutorials for much things. You know, you just move and talk by clicking text boxes mostly. But they do have... they do always make a point of reminding you, very briefly, how whatever supernatural mechanic is in that game works. Which is fine, but it did get a little bit tiring. Now then. Did I read this already? We'll start from the beginning. Hey, Ruffles, how's the investigation coming along? Anything y'all want to share? Here we go again. I'm not in the habit of sharing details of confidential investigations with strangers. Dang, you sure are one tough cookie. But I ain't about to head back to Chief Lotta empty-handed. Oh, he is a reporter. Or she? It's hard to tell. But yeah, Lotta is a reporter from the main series. Well, not a reporter. She's like a freelance journalist, like one step away from being homeless. I guess she found success, though. Don't I know that name from somewhere? No, must be my imagination. And as always, Edgeworth has a terrible experience with them, because he has a terrible experience with everyone he puts on the witness stand. Let's check out this podium. So the president had a nasty surprise while he was giving his speech. Same thing happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a public speaking contest. There I was, yammering away, when all of a sudden, earthquake! Almost jumped out of my skin. That sounds terrifying. Even the word earthquake makes me queasy. Oh, what? You were listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were ignoring my little aside, like always. Well, you said the word earthquake. That probably triggered him. No! I was as surprised as you were, sir, but there's no mistaking it. It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai Warrior of Nero Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon up at a welcome party for a foreign president. It is a little odd, although now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? I must scour the scene and inspect everything that catches my attention. Oh, I get a close-up of this area, that's nice. Obviously the big popped statue... Oh wait, it's not a statue, is it stuffed? That's interesting. Hold on, is this what I think it is? Breaks your heart, don't it? It does. What villainy could have befallen him? Witnesses say he popped right about when the gun went off, which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon. Oh, he wasn't shot at all. The balloon popped, and that's what people thought was the gunshot. Got it. Then what did get him? I mean, I guess we haven't actually inspected him yet, so we don't know. Well, looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands. This is sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Man, Edgeworth has really gotten to the Steel Samurai since last time. I mean, he kind of was in the last game, but he never lets it show in the main series. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. Oh, we won't, sir. You can count on it. Alright. Wait, where did it say this started out at? Is this the right button? No, it does not say in there. In that case, it should say in here, right? Started out floating to the right lakeside. Okay, it was already there. Good, good. In that case, check the flag. There is a hole in the flag, so maybe he did get shot. It's the flag of Zhang Fa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something the matter, sir? You don't see it, detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will. Oh, well, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate. Exactly, which is how a flag should look. And yet, here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? Oh, right. Of course I I give up. Come on, spill the beans. You can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move... Okay, tutorial. Here we go. Look closely. Do you see the hole? Oh, whoa, look at that. You're right, sir. It is a great flag. And note the burn marks on around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it. A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through the flag? Potentially. I mean, I am kind of still on the theory that there wasn't a bullet. But the game did explicitly show us a gun, and the tutorials typically don't lie with their cutscenes. I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. Admittedly, that's actually one of the things I don't like about these games, is that not the tutorials, but the, how do I word this? A tradition that these games sort of have is revealing who the culprit is in the tutorial prior to you actually doing it, which is fine, actually, because it helps you learn how to play the game, and usually it's pretty obvious if they reveal who the culprit is. The issue that I have is that in a lot of the early games, by that I mean the first two, they will also reveal who the culprit is in the subsequent case, and sometimes the case after that as well. And it's really not that great. I think that was mostly an issue with the second game, from what I remember, because the first one was pretty obvious either way. But it did get tiring a little bit. Not that I want to spend my whole time complaining. I do like the series. That's why I'm, how many games in at this point? I'm 8 games in. Though admittedly, I only did the past 4 on stream. Anyways, flag with a bullet hole, pop balloon, put them together. There is a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely this balloon was popped by a bullet too. Which means the 2 shots were fired, right, sir? Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Oh, right, I guess we haven't found any bullets yet, have we? I suppose someone else is going to bring those to us. Alright, I don't know if you invested... Wait. Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figured something out, huh? Care to share? Oh my, I just realized. He's calling Edgeworth Ruffles, not Gumshoe. I mean, I assumed it was Gumshoe, even though it doesn't make sense, because Franziska calls him Scruffy. But no, he's calling Edgeworth Ruffles because of the cravat he's wearing. Who exactly is she? And why does she keep shouting at us? A rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case. Come on, give me something here. We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine. Let's see if she can tell us anything. There y'all are. Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into the case for... well, just for me right now, but... looking into the case? Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to say to you. Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perp? Have they made any demands? What about the other revels? What does a feller buy a cravat like that? Oh, where does a feller buy a cravat like that? Oh man, I'm not great at her voice. Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Dang, and here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Why, I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon? I can't just be handing out leads for free. That stuff's my livelihood. Oh, come on. Don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes. Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye. Wait. What? Wait for what exactly, huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone. Oh, we're fresh out of moves here. Out of moves, I wouldn't be so sure. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. Oh, that sounds to me like a new mechanic. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others. Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head. It sounds like you're talking about a new mechanic. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Are they actually going to have me do chess puzzles in this game? I can't say I would be the best at those. Oh, I do have a time limit, though. Now, we must analyze the state of play. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. But I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. Yeah, I gathered that. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated... If you're fixing to ask me something, will you ask it already? I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. Okay, how's this gonna work? Mind chess, commence. Okay, I'm not actually playing chess, got it. Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about? Shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating. Okay. I don't really know what the give on this is. I think you're just supposed to read them. So I'm gonna play into it. Don't you see? There's nowhere left to hide. I'm not rightly sure what you're getting at here, Ruffles. Oh, okay. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this mechanic. And I lose time if I get it wrong, okay. Oh, buy your time against an agitated opponent, got it. Oh, and they send me all the way back to the beginning. Okay. That's interesting. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen, and you got no reason to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed. Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it will be once I bag my first big scoop. Heh. I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct? Dang! Sure. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat. That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make our next line of inquiry. Oh, and they give me back my time in between sections. Okay, that's nice. And let's see. Were you at the scene of the crime? At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give a little old Tabby something first? Absolutely not. Then I ain't giving you nothing neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. And you bide your time because she's agitated? Is that it? Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger. I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me. Heh. You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something. Double dang. Fine, I was here, I saw it. Came to report on the big speech, wound up reporting on a shooting. And you won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles. If she came to report on the event, she must have a record of some kind. You can see it on her, Edgeworth. I know this is a tutorial, but come on, man. A record I'd very much like to get my hands on. Alright, alright. You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. You got more questions, you gotta give me something first. That's the deal. I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles. Can't help you. Time to deploy my clue. Oh, okay, so I had to do the other one first in order to go down this path. I was wondering why the two paths are separate, if the first one didn't do anything. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours? Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang near wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me. I'm not just anyone, young lady. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you young lady me. You ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. And you bide time because they're agitated? Is that right? This would prove it. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal. I understand that your job is a difficult one. You do? Well, ain't that sweet? And in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed. Nah, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Yeah, just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. Do I say play the tape? I don't actually know what you do here. This is a confusing new mechanic. Well, the music cut off, so this is the right one. I'll save my thoughts for once we're done with this mechanic. Intriguing. A young reporter, hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed she did not. She committed the entire event to tape! Dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with. My big break! Fine, sure. I recorded the whole darned thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay? Checkmate. Okay, now that time limit's gone, let's talk about that. This is a very strange new mechanic. I think the chess motif is fitting for Edgeworth, but I don't think it fits the minigame at all. I don't really know what I was expecting. Definitely not that. I think if it is as simple as buy your time when they're agitated, it's going to be very boring, like mechanically speaking. But I do like that we have the one-on-one time like that. It sort of gives a, how do I say it, like a Death Note vibe. Though obviously you can't see the other side's internal monologue, but this character in particular wears their feelings on their chest, kind of, or the sleeve is supposed to be the saying. I think it'll probably be more interesting with the characters who are actually competent at hiding information. I do think it's a bit too early though, to have a solid opinion on it. I'm just sort of mixed right now. Let's see how it develops. You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Never mind that. Now play us the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Fine. Here, you can hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the Chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be Chief number 2, and be mentor to Rising Star, aka me. Okay, that statement gave me pause, not the Chief thing. Well, not the Chief number 2 thing, the original Chief. Apparently Lotta is good at manipulation now. Either that or Lloyd is just really, really bad at being not manipulated. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if Lotta's even going to show up. So I'm just going to assume it's the latter. Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir. And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give a star pupil the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse. I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story's yours until the case is solved. And the job of Chief number 2? I think not. You're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles. Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape. Oh, do we actually get to listen to it this time? No. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. The President's speech. Okay, speeding up. The President passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. Hey, there's me! Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene. The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put up the whole Yatagarasu situation behind him. As well, he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Oh, this is a new character. Whose voices are these? Oh, there are these 2 old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering to each other the whole darn time. I know their voices from somewhere. Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. The President thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. The battle against evil rages on. Here, today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. 2. Was one of them balloon popping? What the? Oh wait, that was Lloyd. Oops. I really should be paying more attention to the name tags, huh? Anyways. So, 2 gunshots were fired. Yep, and that tells us something. Tisk tisk, I will say out loud. Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. One of the two shots fired, one hit the President, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and through the balloon is... Oh, hold on, let me just drag a line through here. About here, right? Right in front? Here. Oh, no, I got it wrong. Okay, I clicked wrong, apparently. That's fine. It would be very useful if they had unique sound for the text. Unfortunately, this is, in fact, a Game Boy Advance game. And I don't think... I mean, I think they did remaster the music, but I don't think they remastered the sound effects or anything. So I think that's a little bit out of their reach. Especially considering the 3rd game in the main series was really pushing the limits of their storage capacity, as is the case with a lot of games back in the day. As I recall, there's actually one character in the 3rd game who is short, like in Dwarfism, but not because like the writers had anything special to do with it. They just needed to save space, so they cut her sprite in half. Just a little bit of interesting trivia, especially since you don't actually get to see it. Like, well, I guess you do see them a bit, but like they don't like point it out or anything. It just sort of is a thing. Now hold on, it's a bit hard to draw a line on this, But where would I want to be? Does it want me to be... Because okay, here's the thing. They say there's only one spot you can be, but there's so many spots you can be. Because this is a huge plane they need to shoot through. And this balloon is also pretty big. I mean, pretty much everywhere from this plane, coming out of this plane would hit it. So I'm not entirely sure what they want me to do here. Because if it's not front and center like this... I mean, I guess they want me to be further up, like on the stairs. I did click on the ground. But they could just be on the stairs, I suppose. Right? Probably. No, not really. Because the balloon's at an angle. So where does it want this to be? Does it want it to be down here? That would work. I think this might be a process of elimination thing, because this is not very well set up at all. I think that's not a fault of the game. I think it's just a... I'm not really sure, but that's also wrong. The music did not stop. That is a long failure text, though. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon. See, that's the issue, is that the flag is a huge plane. And any angle would work. I mean, I guess these are technically supposed to be filled with people down here, so it wouldn't really work. It could be from here, or it could be on the stairs. We're just going to try them both. So front and left, or on the stairs. Okay, it's on the left. Got it. Drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us the trajectory of one of our bullets, and places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator arena, or area. You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area. Oh man, I keep calling it, like, spectator arena. That's not correct. Oh, roger that, sir. So, you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess? I do. And what evidence remains to be found may be already deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it. Yes, sir. Chief! Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief. I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd. I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push 'em wherever you like. A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business. I am nobody's chief. Not yet. You'll have to wait another, like, 4 years in the game. Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Your wish is my command. I somehow doubt that. Also, I noted it earlier that she has the bear trap on her back. Why does she have it in the open position? I get that it's for, like, character design, but also that is so stupid. It's actually distracting. I mean, not really. Her outfit is very eye-catching, with the blue and yellow covered in what I can only assume are sponsors. But that is going to draw my eye every time she shows up. Not a complaint, just... I don't know why they did that. I mean, I guess it kind of fits with the whole lot of heart thing. Anti-stealing, you know, that would work actually really well. Also, it does portray... well, portrays... The bear trap itself doesn't actually portray much. It's mostly the backpack doing the heavy lifting. Or she's doing the heavy lifting in the backpack, which portrays her character. But it definitely is an interesting design choice. I somehow doubt that. Now then, down we go. To the second area. I don't know actually how many areas are going to have me invest... Is that Pain? I'm sorry, I just got completely distracted. Oh yeah, I certainly wouldn't try either, but... Is that guy on the left Winston Payne? Did he get his hair back? Oh, here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd here has cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief that is, she sends him running twice as quick. She sounds like quite the formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Let me pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do. Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, you don't have to be worrying your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam, no more dirt. On the outside, perhaps, but you'd still have something of a problem on the inside. Oh, we're ready to get back to the investigation wherever you are, sir. The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Payne, is that you? I'm going to talk to you first. I don't usually do that. Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Who is he? Wait, oh wait, is that what he said? Who is he again? I skipped through it. Oh yeah, that's exactly what he said. It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office. He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne? I'm pretty sure Payne has like 50 years of experience at this point. What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself. His voice. I recognize it from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is the chief prosecutor? He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. We let him, and only him, out through the cordon. So he had me summoned on short notice and then left behind before I even showed up. Rude. Alright, I guess Edgeworth does not have much to say about Payne because he hardly remembers him. What about this suspicious sign that's been translated into English for me? This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently. Well, what's it say? 50 yards to Gordy Museum, and 70 yards to the, never mind. I assume that's supposed to be meters. I don't think in yards. I'm just going to assume it's about the same. I know it's not. It's like, I don't know, was it like 4 centimeters shorter? What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you? 70 yards to the boathouse. It feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded. Fond memories, detective. Yeah. Fond memories, sir. I suppose I should give context to that, especially considering you just gave me an achievement for it. But the boathouse is where the climax of the first game occurs. Excluding the DLC trial that comes for free in the remaster. But that's a really, really good case. It actually has Edgeworth as the center of it all. Now let's see. I don't actually see anything on the floor. It has been quite thoroughly trampled, but there could be something in the trash can. You even gotta pick through the trash yourself? A prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Let's see now. Oh, let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo! A popsicle stick. Gotta love the jokes they put on these. Detective. Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence, relevant evidence. Huh? I think I've got something. Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Oh, that brand is on Lloyd's shirt. Okay, so that is like a sponsorship that she's wearing. Oh, and we're getting tutorial text about... Oh, I didn't even realize until just now. It's examining 3D evidence. Oh, did we have that in the last one? We might have had it, but I always miss this. Oh, wait, was this not at the GBA game? Was this a DS game? Oh, I forget, always. Every time, I forget where the divide between GBA and DS is, but this would actually be after the divide, huh? Okay. Oh, actually, no, both of them were past the divide. I had the first one. What am I talking about? The second one just didn't release in English, so I always forget which console it was on. Okay, well, it did release in English. It's just that the version I'm playing right now is the first version that was in English. Or outside Japan at all, really. But yeah, 3D evidence. Oh, we love to see this. Now, let's see. Anything on the outside? No, just the brand and the contents. Oh, and there's our gun. Oh, and we have a whole notes here. Wow, it's amazing how stupid people can be, but, you know, real life shows that people are, in fact, this stupid. Now, let's see here. Let's cover for Lakeside now. Eyes on this area. Rook repositioned in light of knights and jury. Oh, and our mastermind here has a penchant for chess, it seems. Knight to immediately escort president into the plane in case of emergency. Stay frosty. We know who might be in the audience. Oh, okay. Like I just realized the top right. This is not the shooter's plan. This is the guard's plan. Got it. Got it. Let's cover for Lakeside now. Eyes on this area. This is interesting. Okay. Let's see what Edgeworth has to say. This is a document of some kind. Was that Edward saying that? Oh, I skipped dialogue. Oh, what are we looking at here? Presidential security plan? It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements. It shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned. It even has people's names on it. Rook and Knight. So his bodyguards aren't natives of Zhangfa. I heard he uses some private security firm. But why not employ people from his own country? I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little tabloid exclusive? You really know something? Sure I do. I was over at the embassy not so long back sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head, including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. In the last game, we actually met one of the police from his country. Oh, I already forget his name, but he's like the wolf motif guy. Is he going to be involved in this, I wonder? I mean, he's going to be involved in the game, no doubt. What about this case in particular? Oh, but what was it doing dumped there in that bag? You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to the matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified. Huh? Hey, there's something else in here. Yes, the gun. They put a scope on it for this close? Dang. Well, what? My. How's Edward's line? That's weird. Whoa, what's the gun doing in here? There. Sir, this bag. It's gotta belong to the... Yes. It could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Could this be the work of a professional? That would explain the security plan, too. I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. I can't imagine there's prints on it. Let's see, how many bullets are in there still? And there's the 2 spent shots. 2 spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots we heard on the recording. That proves it! This must be the weapon that was used. Yeah, that's the first thing that we need to see. Oh, okay, it's not a normal scope, actually. What is up with that? This is a laser sight. Oh, okay. You know what? That's a lot more reasonable. Yeah. It can be lined up with the target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here... Yep, definitely a red laser. Could the assassins have used a laser sight to target the president? I still don't necessarily think it was needed this close, but that is a suggestion that they're shooting from farther away. Not suggestion, but potential evidence, is what I meant to say. That bag was a real find, huh? Guess just goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash. Nice work. No, man, I'm stuttering. Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind. I need you to take this bag and the gun to the forensics and see if we can find any prints. On it, sir. A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. Got the results for you, sir. That was quick. You bet it was. Told detectives ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty. And they checked everywhere? Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out and got out of the gun and dusted them. Should have known it wouldn't have been that easy. Okay, I think that's a record time for the forensics team. I don't think I've ever seen them faster than that. Assume this right side's irrelevant for now. In fact, they might just be completely irrelevant. I do see a samurai snack stand over there. Actually, I can read the sign a little bit. I think it says Samurai Dog. So we might go over there at some point. But I can't interact with this crowd, unfortunately. Can't interact with the flag on the ground either, which is odd. What does the camera have to say? You're with one of the news channels. Yep. Can I help you? You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look? I wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. And why is that, huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? No, it's just that my camera was knocked over in all the panic. And now I can't get it to work. That footage would have helped immensely. Just our luck. Ha ha ha! Oh, wait, who is this? Ha 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 ha! What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that voice. Oh, okay, I completely misread who that was. Kay. Oh, I'm gonna do Kay's voice again. Oh, I don't remember what it was. Honestly, I leave you two alone for 2 seconds. But don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only, Kay Faraday. Hero? Only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore? Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy. Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working on a case. Wait a second, 2 weeks? Oh, that's a tiny time skip. Oh, I thought we were going to go at least a year. Okay. Well, I guess it is a sequel, so it doesn't... there's no reason that... okay. I'm just a bit stunned by that. I was expecting this to take place at least 2 years afterwards, I think. Because I was expecting Kay to go through her whole training arc off-screen. But I suppose not. The case of the Yatagarasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed to only steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, man, I'm still stuttering almost an hour in. Oh my, I'm still doing it. The successor to the so-called Great Thief. There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still training, but I'll get there soon enough. I'm slipping Lloyd's accent in there a little bit. What are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. I suppose she did mention being fond of such things. And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys, but now I don't have to. Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever. Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself. Beans? So, Kay, are you really here to save the day? Yep, haha. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the whole world here with only one... Oh, your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang. Did you now? Then you better show them to me. Man, I don't think I'm going to get used to her doing her lines again for a while. Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl got to do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much as fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. But I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, Ace Reporter, at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time, You two can chat later. Okay, can I see the pictures? Boo, fine. Here. Oh, well, that's a ginormous laser pointer, first of all. One of the guards has a neck brace. That's interesting. And I assume the suitcases are bulletproof. Oh, wait, that's not a laser pointer, that's blood. Right, okay, it took me a second to realize that the only reason they'd have the suitcases out is if he had already been shot. Got it. I took this one right when the gun went off. It was total chaos, people running everywhere. The president and his 2 bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you, indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue. Howee! You and I just lit up like a pair of old dang Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Ledgerworth, care to tell the readers what you've spotted? A contradiction. Huh? What now? I don't see nothing strange. Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction. Hold on. I need to look at the evidence real quick, because I don't actually know what they're talking about here. Because they do look like they're in the correct spots. Considering the gunshot just went off, they should immediately move in front of him. Let's see. Yeah, nothing in here seems contradictory. It seems like they were in this position, and this is in the first moments of response. It's not the revolver, because, you know, he either it has a laser on his head or he's been shot in the head already. His suit matches the newspaper. I mean, I guess the balloon could have been shot afterwards when he's running into the plane. That makes the most sense to me. What exactly is the contradiction here? I'm not seeing it, actually. Let's see if Edgeworth will hit me into it. Actually, hold on. Let me check this one more time. Knight to immediately escort present to plane. Rook repositioned in light of knight's injury. Yeah, no, that seems correct. Rook is in fact on the left side, and knight is on the right side injured. Is the contradiction that knight is not escorting, that he's guarding? Okay, I guess we're going to have to try and take a guess here, because either... Oh, nope, Edward is automatically going to do it for me. Now, to present the evidence that proves the contradiction. Is it the revolver? I don't actually know, and it won't let me look back at the picture. I'm surprised that I'm actually lost immediately. But I'm going to assume it's the revolver. Right? No, it's not. But let's take a look at the picture again. So Edward immediately moved to his face. Why did he do that? I'm admittedly quite embarrassed that I'm stumped on the first chapter in the literal tutorial section where Edward is moving for me. But what contradicts that? Is it this? Let me read this real quick. Bang, bang. Yeah, nothing there. Anything here? Is it that there's no curtain behind him? No, because this is a newspaper from beforehand, so this is from somewhere else. Just the same suit is all. It's not the plan, is it? It shouldn't be. The plan matches. Also, I gotta say, this is a terrible setup, because that flag is going to blow straight into the line of sight of the guards, which was how I assume this happened. No, but what is the contradiction? I have no clue. I suppose we can just go one by one. We have enough HP. What exactly is Edgeworth getting at here? I have no clue. Yeah. Go through the failure dialogue. Because Edgeworth clearly sees something I don't. Not that. I will say, though, this does bode somewhat well for the difficulty of the game. Though I hope the difficulty is fair. Sometimes, particularly in the 5th game, there are some moments where it's due to the game design, which I'm not a fan of. Not that either. Am I really going to go through every single one of these? Dang. Is it actually the newspaper? It is. Look closely at the picture of the president, this newspaper clipping, if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully. Huh? What am I looking for here? Oh, wrong voice. Oh, well, I'll be. Indeed. There's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. What is that? Some kind of birthmark? Wait, whoa. That is... Okay, I'm sorry. That's stupid. Really? That's what we're going with? I thought this was like me misinterpreting when the newspaper was made and that there was supposed to be a curtain here. But no, they're saying the red dot on his forehead is the contradiction. That's stupid. That's... Okay, I'm upset now. Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. It's not a birthmark. It's not. I guess this should be expected from a tutorial, though. They have been breaking literally everything down into step-by-step procedures. I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken. Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe? Yeah, that's it. That right there is a big old bug bite. And here I thought it was something important. Yeah, I know. I didn't realize that either. And well, the look on your face. You should know that the road to the truth is paved with such seemingly trivial... is paved with just such seemingly trivial... Man, I'm stuttering a lot. I think that really just threw me off. Oh, again with that face. All right. Duly noted, Chief. Alright, but that should be the last bit of investigation of this area, right? Now we just do puzzle pieces? Let's see here. Not easy to acquire in this country. Okay, so we're assuming it's Japan right now. Got it. Laser sight. And do I put it on the revolver or do I put it in the birthmark? Probably the birthmark, right? They could have me doing this in a weird order. They're not. That's nice. I've solved the mystery of the red birthmark. Oh, really? So it wasn't a bug bite? No. What we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is, in fact, the beam of a laser sight. Then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead, and shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot ran out. Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch. Indeed. I fear the president may be even more danger than we thought, and that the gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. You got it. Why would the perp use a laser sight, though? He's right. You'd stand out like crazy with using something like that. Pew pew pew! It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around. Oh, I almost forgot! I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see those other pictures. Yes, sir, right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going to south. Okay, it's on the back of Payne right here. And Payne's talking with who I assume is the chief prosecutor during this particular time frame. It might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taking it up with your face. Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you from before is from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's... What's this? I can hardly see anything. I got knocked over when everyone started running right in after the last picture. I don't see anything of note during this. There isn't an umbrella on the ground. That could be notable. Also, this looks like the other side where all the people are. Yeah, the umbrella seems to be the only notable thing. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident. Not sure this one's going to be of much use, kid. And that's all of them. Time to take a closer look. Yep, do the before the shooting picture. We gotta point out that laser pointer. There we are. Also, apparently, hold on. Are we gonna make Tabby Lloyd the culprit of the very first trial? I think it's the guy in the red hoodie. He isn't running like everyone else. Oh, I didn't notice him, actually. He is rather, well, you know, I guess the laser is going straight to them. Oh, hold on. It's Tabby. Yeah, okay, reversible shirt is red on the inside. She was standing right behind the two men talking. And she's, you know, that puts her in the right spot. You know, that is easy to figure out. But it is surprising. I did not think that she was going to be the culprit for a second. In fact, she still might not be. She really seems to me like the sort of character that would be established for the whole game. But I suppose since Kay is going to be here, she would fill that role. Man, that's really interesting. But where's her backpack at then? Maybe it's not her. I mean, I guess she could have it at her feet. But I'm still gonna go with the it's Tabby theory for now, because it seems strongest to me. What is this, sir? Look closely at the person with the red hood. Whoa, there it is! Indeed. That's our laser sight right there. So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be... the shooter, yes. We found them! All thanks to yours truly. Indeed. You led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief. The truth. Hee. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures, too. Let's take another look. Our red-hooded suspect could be in another one of these photographs from after the shooting. Oh, there they are, yep. That was a good catch. I did not notice them. I guess I was too fixated on the umbrella down there because it's drawn in suspiciously more detailed than the rest of the objects. Anyways, there they are. Maybe they're running to grab their backpack at this point, because, Tabby was on the right side when we first saw her, which is one of the reasons I wasn't suspicious. Look, right there! A red jacket. That must be our suspect. Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway. Luckily, we can see exactly where they were heading. Ah, the samurai dog stand! Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-handed side of the spectator area. It really is, yeah. But I do appreciate that one. That is actually a good way to hide something. Unlike the previous one, which I still think is stupid. Detective Gumshoe? On it, sir. Consider it cleared. Good. I'm counting on you. I feel like I missed a line there, but it's fine. Now then, open up the presumably final part of the investigation area, unless we're going to the plane. Oh, full screen art. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. That was a strange scene to give us a full picture. Now, let's continue our investigation. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. There. Umbrella's still on the ground, hat's still on the ground. Toy guns over here. Samurai dog stand. Okay, well we can... Oh, we can't actually investigate the umbrella. Okay, I guess I'll just focus on it for no reason. Let's start with the stand, shall we? There are toy rifles lined up along the counter. Oh, a rifle range. I'm good at these, sir. A regular sharpshooter. I thought you said you hated guns. Oh, I don't hate them. I just don't really like them. Isn't that basically the same thing? How about the samurai dog stand? Oh, okay, we gotta zoom in on this one. And we can already see this little red drop down here. Or button, perhaps? What's this? Also the red... Oh, okay, wait, no, maybe it's not Tabby, because there is a coat hidden under the samurai dog stand. Or a red button. Hey, do you think... Could it have been dropped by a red-hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. There's something red down here. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the stand, please? There's something down here, all right. Let's see. A red raincoat. Oh, wrong person. Ah, yes, it is your specialty. I was actually wondering if I should bring that up. A red raincoat. This must be the one the suspect was wearing. Okay, I guess it is not Tabby's reversible jacket then. So it might not be here then. They must have taken it off and hidden under there before they could make their escape. Red raincoat. Mud on the inside. Probably because it was hidden under the stand. And let's see. The sleeve. It's inside out. The button is missing too. Anything else down here that needs to be inspected? Maybe the stand itself? I don't think so. We can go into... Yeah, because we have 4 things here, and I don't think 4 is the max. I think 6 is the max. Let's see, raincoat sleeve, red button. Connect those together immediately. I don't even know why they bothered to make them separate. Is that going to be important somehow? The button we found seems to have come off of this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. Huh. The right sleeve's inside out, too. It seems it was removed in a hurry. Fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash can immediately after the shooting of the president. Then they slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. Man, I keep trying to say arena. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence it hurried removal. Oh man, what is up with me in mispronunciations today? I'm usually great at this. It would be a really bad button if they tore it off that clearly, but it could also just be a really poor job of attaching it. Like the threads were deteriorated, or maybe they're just weak in variety. Because it looks to me... Is it in my inventory? Like your... Oh, it's not in my inventory anymore, but it looked to me like a run-of-the-mill plastic button. And there was no signs of the button itself being cracked or torn. Did I read this line? I don't think I did. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Yep, that and the missing button. The question, of course, is why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? It could be a coincidence. If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. Oh, 3D time. Here we go. Zoom in with right button. No, I can't zoom. Oh, left button. Sorry. Oh yeah, look at that. They aren't using a. I don't know the names of the different sewing terms, but this is the like the horizontal button attachment. That's not typically the greatest. I don't think, to my knowledge at least. I don't sew much, in case you're wondering. Also, yeah, it looks like the cloth of the jacket tore. How do I move up and down? Why is this so hard to use? I mean, and I know it's because it's a DS thing, and I was supposed to use a touchscreen. This is still a bit inconvenient. Also, this is a very flat jacket. Anyway, let's just inspect the sleeve, shall we? I know, right? It's a terrible option. Even I know that, and I don't even sew at all. The right sleeve is inside out. And you can clearly see where the button was torn off. Yes, whoever discarded this raincoat did so in quite a hurry. And let's check the other one. Oh, I can't check the other one. It's not even an option. That's odd. I can check the zipper for some reason. Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Oh, there's blood on the inside. That's why it was taken off slowly, because they got hurt. This is a blood stain. Considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin. So we're looking for someone with an injury. Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm. Huh? How do we know that? Oh, they weren't even wearing the sleeve. Okay, I get it. If you ever start sewing buttons, you would never do such a strategy. Oh yeah, no, it definitely does not look good. It immediately caught my eye as well. And the thing is, buttons, like on outfits, usually don't draw my attention much, because that's mostly because people don't wear buttons up here. Because most people just go with the zipper for the jacket or whatever, and then the jacket covers anything beneath it. So, okay, I'm not going to talk about like fashion much, because it's not a big thing here. But you know, it definitely does not look great, and it's very eye-catching, which is a very bad combination. It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there is a bloodstain on the left side lining of the raincoat because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely. Or at least, we can say that there is a good probability that was the case. Man, come on, Gumshoe, you got this. You've been a detective forever. I'm not really disappointed in you, I mean, I know it's because it's a tutorial, but still. I just needed to point that out. The pieces are starting to fall into place. So is it not going to be Tabby then? Oh, and we get her, like, motivation back. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects. Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up. You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all the itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that, you'll have your man in no time. Thanks, That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should still be in the crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. Injured left arm. Well, it's not going to be Tabby, so I guess the Tabby theory's out the bag now, out the door now. Because she's been using her left arm for everything, pretty much. Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. Way to nab the assassin, Gummy. Hold on, Kay. It's a little bit too soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Understood? Okay, no jumping. But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president. In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, Detective. Carefully. Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, hey, we know this guy. Okay. We need some backstory. This is Shelly. He has a little shell Legos. His last name is Da Killer. D-E space Killer. And he's an interesting one. So I didn't actually play. He's from the second game, and I did not play that game on stream. I played this one on my own a long time ago, and I found him very, very funny because the way he introduces himself is he kidnaps one of your allies, holds them hostage over the phone, like making his demands. And then the last conversation, the last line of dialogue you have with him before the scene cuts to black, new area, is, "Hey, what's your name?" "Oh, me? I am Da Killer." And then he hangs up. And I did not take him seriously, even slightly, because of that. Because I thought he was messing with me. But no, his real name, real government legal name, is Shelly Da Killer. And it's very, very interesting. And in case you're wondering, he is in fact a killer. Like, he's a hitman. And he's also a really famous one, apparently. Like, his little shell mark that he's wearing on his shirt is used on a calling card that only the police is supposed to know, to my knowledge. So I don't know why he's walking around with it in broad daylight. Also, this is after his case, so I don't know why he's here. Did he retire? I'm not sure. This is just really kind of throwing me off. I did not expect to see him here. No umbrella, and a bandage on his left arm. "Oh, well, pal, state your name already." "Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure." John Doe. Not a name you hear often in real life. Actually, I was going to say Edward should hear it a lot, but I guess not. Also, another bit of background information. John Doe is a name used for unidentified dead bodies in the United States that are male. Jane Doe is for female. And if it's undetermined, I think it's John Doe again. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere. I'm sure of it. And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name? Of course. I have been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you'd care to explain why you've asked to speak with me? As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Oh, forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My. Well, isn't that just shocking? Also, I'll just clarify now, it's not him. I didn't get spoiled or anything, but this guy leaves the that aforementioned calling card around as proof that he's the one who did the killing, because like I said, he's a hitman. His client needs to know he did it. And since there's no calling card, it's not him. Unless, of course, the president comes out, or one of his guards, and they have it, but I think they would come forth with that already, if that was the case. And this same would-be assassin seems to have an injured left arm, just like you. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next? A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words. Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? Sure, let him do it. In a battle of wits, you never know if or when the other guy might be lying or just plain mistaken. But if you spot an inconsistency in a statement of theirs, you gotta present the evidence that proves it. Oh no, they tricked me into reading a tutorial. Oh, no. And what if there's no inconsistencies to find? Then you gotta change track, press for more information, and see what you can shake loose. Why don't you show us how it's done, Mr. Edgeworth? Stepping up to bat, our nation's top prosecutor. Once I'm able to quietly gather my thoughts, yes. Ah, how devious they are. I was not expecting there to be a tutorial hidden in Gumshoe's optional dialogue. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you, but you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. You were gone for a little bit. Can't they check if the pants match the killer? I guess they technically could, but also I imagine a lot of people here are just wearing generic pantsuits. Or not pantsuits, generic pants or jeans. Also, while you're gone, I think you... Oh, hold on. I had to bonk the bot. While you're gone, I don't know if you heard it, but I was talking about how this guy showed up in the second game, and how from a meta standpoint, I know it's not him, even though he is a serial killer. He didn't do this particular case. So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella. Team Raincoat over here, they're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. You did not hear that? Oh, okay, well, we can give the rundown a second time. So this guy, his real name is Shelly the Killer, and he, in Game 2, they establish him, and he's a hitman, and he leaves behind a calling card anytime he kills someone, so this client knows he did it. Calling card's not here, so we, the audience, know that he didn't do it. But we do know that he is incredibly suspicious. So that's what his whole thing is. And I have a feeling that he probably is going to play a part later in this game, because I don't think they would bring back what I assume is a fan favorite villain for no reason. It could be kind of a waste to use him in the tutorial chapter and nowhere else. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. So, you see, I'm not your would-be killer. And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I'm just a simple ice cream sell— Oh, my. Oh, and he's bleeding in the same spot. Forgive me. My wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. Also, why does Edgeworth not recognize the symbols on his shirt? That's a bit odd. Or his coat. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. Oh, is he using the coat as a calling card? I guess he could technically have done it, but that'd be a bit weird considering he didn't show up on camera. Now then. I do... Oh, that's the wrong button. It is very unsanitary, yeah. So, you'd like to see some proof of the owner of the raincoat has an injury? I would certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some. I still don't understand how you know who I am. Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you're famous. He probably read about you in the newspaper. I have also been observing you in your work, lest you forget. I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter. I'm still shocked that Edgeworth has not recognized the symbol, because he was, I think, the one who recognized it originally in the original case. But anyway, let me present that raincoat now. Oh wait, that's not it? Really? Oh, it's because wrong statement. It moved me automatically. The blood splatter on the cast doesn't line up with where it is on the coat? It kind of does, because if he's holding... Hold on, you can't see it, but I'm miming this in real life. If he's holding his left arm in front of him, like this, and the coat looks like this, then the bleeding on the back of his arm would be against the coat, the lining of the coat. It's a bit awkward because you can't see what I'm doing, but this does make sense to me. Now, I think I just presented this, but also it automatically scrolled, and I can't tell if it scrolled before or after I presented it, so we're going to do it again, just double check. Okay, it scrolled before I presented. You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe, but not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance. I'm afraid you must have confused me with somebody else. That coat does not belong to me. Or do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation? Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies, because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured, and now I can prove the person was you, with this decisive piece of evidence. Oh, and they brought back the sweating objects. So that's another thing that happened in the second game, is that Shelly himself does not actually appear much, especially not in the court. So they had him speaking through a radio whenever they needed him to chime in. And in order to show that his facade was cracking, they had the radio itself start sweating oil and bouncing around like it was a sentient character. It was very, very humorous. That's a very formal way of describing the situation, huh? You see, Mr. Doe, there's a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin. Oh! Attempted murder of a foreign leader, causing a diplomatic incident? Well, they'll throw the book at you. You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that of the coat, and that will be that. We have the evidence. Why don't you just make it easier on us, all of us, and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zhangfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now, do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed! Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now. But I did not shoot the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. Oh? What now? I am no assassin. You are. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I am telling the truth? As if your story stinks! You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Could have sworn it was further down the coat. Let me see. Can I look at it in 3D right now? And can I flip it right now? That's the big question. No, that's about the right height. Hold on. I'm gonna mime it again in real life. It would be a pretty low sling, considering it's lined up with the pockets. But then again, no, I think that is just a low sling. No, you are right. That is a low sling, even considering that raincoats are typically slightly oversized in order to go over your waist. I think it gets the point across, though. Look, it's right there, plain as day, the assassin, and they're wearing the red raincoat. Intriguing, but that is not me. Oh, come on! Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? Hey, no, it's no problem, no problem. I do, actually. But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself? Probably because he didn't do it. Oh, I'd love to tear into this argument, but unfortunately, Edgeworth canonically does not actually know the guy, because I don't think he ever met him face to face. Very unfortunate. I think this is going to be a press situation, though. Yeah, I think we're going to have to press everything anyways. A simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. I don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the, most important thing about making ice cream is, of course. Mr. Edgeworth? Why? The most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart. And what does virtue have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. I know, the ice cream prop is quite great. I think this guy just has a... Oh, not... Okay, I don't think. this guy so far has a 2 for 2 record on good props. Because his little radio in the other game was also great. And there, I hope that now you see. I'm nothing more than an ice cream seller. I got very distracting that line reading, huh? Anyways, read the next one. Do it coherently this time. Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better than having one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had the ice cream to serve after all. Then why to go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me. I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day after all. It is a little him. I mean, they did the same thing with the radio. Because like the radio didn't have a monocle or anything, but it was very much a mini him. Eventful? Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Zhang-Fa was shot at. So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least, the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. Actually, it seems more like a keen eye to me, based on the monocle. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was Rook. That's correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony, if you don't mind. As you wish. Bastion Rook. I don't think he had any way to know that unless he had the piece of paper, so we can present that. Huh. As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. What? You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it? It's just a design choice. I think the original reason is to make him immediately appear super suspicious. Because that's like kind of what he is doing the first time. Because if Maya... A little setup of what happened originally is that he shows up as a bellboy, lures Maya away with like a phone call or something, and then kidnaps her. So I think if he was like just a normal guy, like the actual bellboy character who shows up in the original trilogy, they wouldn't really make much sense. Unless they were going with the Master of Disguise thing, which they don't actually do that until like the 5th game. So yeah, no. Just wanted him to look suspicious, that's all. Also makes him really recognizable when you see him showing up in other disguises. Not that any of them are very good, they all rely on you not having seen them before. We only know those names thanks to the security plan. But look closely, only their surnames appear. Oh. Yet we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have. Seems pretty darn suspicious to me. Well, how do you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Another lie! He is the assassin, just like we said! Come now, miss. It's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is... Well, I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying! I am not lying. I am, and as I always have been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook, yes. You know, I don't actually doubt that he has an acquaintanceship. I think Bastion Rook might have been the one who hired him. And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that? It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him. Although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But I suppose you are able to speak with him. And he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove that I was the shooter? If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? Ugh. Is he actually going to worm his way out of this? I'm really interested to see what Rook actually has to say about this. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man! He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail there already. You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not. No! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Shocking scene here, as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice. It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. What you know? What's his angle here? I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood. What? Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. He's claiming there was another red-hooded person? Preposterous! That was a weird delivery. I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I would fall under suspicion myself. And so naturally I removed my raincoat. So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? Huh. How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You have never believed me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there. Huh? Me? Yes, the photograph will prove it, I am sure. You see? Right there, in front of the person with the red hood. Oh, that's me, yes, but what exactly are you saying? What's his endgame here? As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction as this. I'm afraid I don't follow. The picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there? Think carefully. This picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here. What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with this picture? I think we're going back to the Tabby Lloyd theory. I had sort of fallen off of it, but I guess it is her. Dang. Okay, but, hold on, before that, which piece of evidence do we use, actually? I'm not sure. Are we using the tape? I think so, because the tape says that she was right behind them. Oh, yeah, that's it. Of course, the tape. It contradicts the photograph. Ah, so you've noticed at last. What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be here. Huh? But who? Who indeed? The person who is missing from this photograph is... Tabby Lloyd. Huh? Oh, Miss Lloyd? Well, now we know why she has a bear trap on her back. How do you figure that? Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor. Oh, there are these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. You're right, but she's not in the picture. Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person? Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions? Whoa, y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure, knock yourselves out. Oh, I burped. I got nothing to hide. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. No, I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot and tapes from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne, the chief prosecutor, I'm certain of it. Tabby wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean that she's our perp. Will you quit messing with me? Oh man. As if I could have done a thing like that. Little old me. I might be inclined to believe you, if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. It does. I thought it was pretty good. Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence exposed to contradiction. You got it. Now then, what evidence do we actually have that proves that she was standing still? It might just be that the photograph is, like the crowd is really packed, so she wouldn't be able to move much. It could also be that there's a barrier between the two groups. And that's about it. We'll press the statement to be certain. You were running all over. Where exactly? Here, there, and everywhere, I guess. What, y'all don't know what all over means? You think I remember exactly where I was and when in a crowd like that? What do y'all want from me? I'd like you to at least tell us whether you were to the left or the right of the stage. Left? Yeah, left, I think. The suspect in the picture was on the left-hand side, too. Coincidence? Alright. That's not very helpful, because she didn't add it. So the fact that you were not in the picture is to be expected, is what you're trying to tell us? It surely is. I caught your pals, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd, and then that picture was snapped while I was in someplace else. Look at it that way, and it all makes perfect sense. Your assertion, then, is that the picture in your recording was taken at different points in the speech? Yep, timing's everything. You'll learn that soon enough in this line of work. So if I can prove that the two things did happen at the same time, our entire defense will come tumbling down. Can I take a look at that recording again? Well, these are, in fact, separated a bit. So that's not going to help me. We can try pressing this first statement, I suppose, but I don't think it's going to be very helpful. Why would you be moving around if your main aim was to record the president's speech? What now? How do you mean? Surely the speech would have been the best recorded from a single, consistent position. Well, you see, that is, oh, yeah, ambience. That's the word I was looking for. Gotta capture the ambience. Can't put that electric atmosphere down in print if I don't have a bunch of it on tape for inspiration. Surely all you achieved was to fill the tape with unwanted background noise. Y'all are questioning my methods now? I don't do standing still, alright? Oh, I can certainly buy that. But you were running all around, you say. It really doesn't seem that way to me. This is really packed, and I don't see you in any of the photos. With that being said, I don't know what else I would go with. I need to prove that she was in this correct spot at the right time. Taken before, during, and after the shooting. I think I just used the photos here, right? Probably, right? Oh man, they actually got me with this one. Again. Okay, no, I got it. Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? You're dang right it is, and I don't lie. And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. What? You can't prove that! Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. Oh, the secret conversation. Right. That makes sense to me. Do I just click Payne or do I click his hands? I'm going to do his hand just to be certain. Here, look closely. This is the answer to all our questions. I don't rightly know what that is. Here, right here, look again. It's faint, but it's there. Oh, wait, that's not it. Okay. Maybe I do click Payne? Oh, wait, no, his hand is raised in the air. Oh, I completely forgot about that. That's what he said in the recording. See here? The president has his fist raised. And? What about it? Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again? See, it ain't that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice? You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles? Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. The president thrusts his fist to the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. There! That's the moment right there. Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording. Which means Tabby should be in the picture too. And she is, right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood. What? Oh, hey, look, it finally snapped shut. So you're a shooter, huh? No. I don't even own a jacket like that. That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is John Doe. We've already proven the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happens to have a red hood. So there were two people with red hoods all along? Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true. Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one? Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd. Huh? This old thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mud and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Wait! Oh, it snapped again. Just as I thought. The inside of her hood, it's red. That's right. When the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible. What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal? Wait, I never even wore it that way around, Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves. And y'all are going to confirm that how exactly? It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said... Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry. Wait a second now. I got this big old backpack on, see? So I can take off my jacket. Yeah. Maybe I could show y'all some other time? You think an excuse that weak is gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth? Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us. It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the danged president. I could never. If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today? I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear? Oh? Is this going to be related to Shelley, perhaps? Or is she about to break? What? Who said that? Hold your horses. It's a little soon for the endgame. Who's this? Oh, it's Knight. That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Kay's photograph. Guess I'd better introduce myself. Oh, he has the same type of gun. And he's privy to tricks. The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. You have terrible, terrible trigger discipline, my friend. And second in command of his security detail. Hank! Point that thing somewhere else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you? Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from Zhang Fa, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got 2 tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that? Whatever, your loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then. So, you play a little chess, I take it? Ah, fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit? The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch. He didn't? That's a relief. Particularly for the young lady there. That means there is no longer a murder charge on the table. That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, 'cause I never... Now, for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did, anyhow. Our boss. Put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook? Yeah, it's game over for him. No way! Rook is dead. A genuine loss. So, you're saying that Tabby... Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague, my brother-in-arms. Heck no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I could never. I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what we had to. Sacrifice one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling, that's a real shame. Castling? What's that even mean? It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king. Then why didn't he just say so? Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah? What? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news, and it's the piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you said there's only 2. The National Police Force of Zhang Fa will be handling things from here. What? You better be kidding, pal. This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatagarasu case? The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait, the chief assigned me to appease the president? But that was a mistake. A big one. He should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane. No, I never did none, I swear. We can do this the hard way if you like, but in Zhang Fa, justice is served one way or the other. Oh, is it not going to be her? Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please. Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood, there's no denying that now. But I can't help but feel we don't know the whole truth behind the case. I'm innocent, you gotta believe me. Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. Oh? Wait, is there going to be a halfway point during the tutorial? Eek! What? Huh? What the? Hold on. Is Shelly doing something? You get your filthy hands off of... Hey, Shelly, my boy! Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. Oh yeah, no, he is a massive jerk. But that is sort of the thing that Zhang Fa was going for last time. The extreme justice. Which is probably why the president's so unpopular. Anyway, looks like Rook was probably involved in hiring Shelly, if not absolutely Knight. But it's you! Ah, so you do remember. What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. Who are you really, Mr. Doe? Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. The guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's... Shelley the Killer! The Killer! There's not a legal professional in the country that doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for? It's in a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... how could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected, but I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun? Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for you to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me? I'd like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. He what? What are you up to, the Killer? I'd simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion. Huh? But why? Bastion Rook was a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. That's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the President. Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. You think I'm going to let you near him? I'm the chief bodyguard. Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You? Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me! If that is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make the choice worthy of a leader. Would you needlessly throw away your life? Or will you allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the President? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation. What do we do, sir? It would seem we have little choice but to do as we are told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. Oh, we're coming up with a plan? I'll buy some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain that there is no way he can escape. Yes, sir, you got it. Is Shelley going to take the plane? I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Oh, and look at that. There is a to be continued in the middle of the tutorial. Dang, this is going to be a lot longer than I thought it would be. Oh, don't save down here. Actually, that would be fine if we saved all the way down there, but we'll just do it in slot 3. Why not? Anyway, I'm wondering if this is a halfway point or a 2/3 point. It seems more like a 2/3 point to me. With the death of Bastion Rook and the revelation that Shelley the Killer was in our midst, the case had taken a turn we could never have predicted. Oh, 4-minute delay? Dang, sorry about that. Oh, actually, you know what? I see that on my end. Now, I haven't been paying attention to my little monitor. Let me see if I can refresh on my end and see where we're at right now. Ooh, still a little bit behind, actually. I don't know if that's going to get better, though. Here, let me see. What if I refresh it one more time? No, that's unfortunate, but it's fine. I did notice the bitrate it was going down earlier. And I don't think it's going to self-correct, but it's fine. It's Ace Attorney. It doesn't need to be especially up-to-date, I don't think. And the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. Alright, what do we have in here? A couple of monitors. Oh, those are not monitors. Those are like storage containers for collectibles or something. Bulletproof vest has a hole in it. That blown through, clean through. That's interesting. There's Rook dead on the ground. Bullet hole is in a different spot than on the vest. So that's, I guess, one of the shots went through the vest and the flag and the balloon? I'm not sure what's up there. Emergency oxygen mask came down. And nothing else in this room seems notable to me. It has a very interesting internal vibe, very spaceship-like. I wonder what's up with that square on the or rectangle on the floor beneath the Rook. It might be a passage of some sort. Well, very interesting room nonetheless. Looks straight out of Alien or Star Wars, one of the two. One of those retro sci-fi vibes. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? So he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Aha! Sorry to disappoint, but did you seriously expect me to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? As we have already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Well, that seems to me that it is, in fact, Rook who hired our friend here. Because if Shelley no longer wants to complete his contract, then that probably just means that the contract's now void. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you be so kind as to examine the body. Alright. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, don't worry, Gumshoe always comes through in emergencies. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. Heh. You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that I need it, but yes. That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Kay Faraday, great thief extraordinaire, will just have to take it from here. Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me? Nope. I thought not. But I will provide vital assistance. Now let's get to scouring the crime scene from top to bottom. Aye, not the worst delay you've dealt with. Certainly not the worst delay I've had either. Let's get through this. It'll take the Detective Gumshoe quite a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. I assume that means I need to investigate literally everything in this room then, but I'm going to start with the interesting stuff first. That being the body. Let's see. Bulletproof case, gun, bullet hole in his side, and like a bodyguard badge, I assume. Everyone has a badge in this universe. So the victim was also carrying a revolver. And it looks like he was trying to use it. He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there, and no other signs that the weapon had been used. Was this one on loan from Zhang Fa too? Yep, sure was. We're always issued with the same model gun. Oh, okay, interesting. How about this hole inside? The bullet seems to have entered just under the armpit and went clean through his body. Okay, well, we don't know where the bullet is, though. I know, it's very creepy. He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something, huh? The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to staunch it, but to no avail. The medics must have been brought in to try and save him. Sadly, it was too little too late. There's a bulletproof attach case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There are so many K's photographed, too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. And he was holding it in his left hand, so it should have been pretty hard to get the bullet here. Oh, hey, that's the photograph I snatched! You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay. But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know? I take it snatch is your new favorite word? Maybe. Okay. Nothing else here seems notable. His hand was I guess we just inspect the body itself. It's the victim, Mr. Bastion Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zhang Fa. He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started. Which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. At least he'll get posthumously promoted? Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth. What do you mean? I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. Nothing else about his body, right? Just check the blood puddle now? Yeah. There are two large rectangles cut into the floor here. I can see hinges through the gaps. It's an emergency entrance disguised as an emergency exit. All the president would need to do is lower his rope ladder and make his miraculous escape. Which would make it an exit, not an entrance. So which is it? It's an exit, but it's used as an entrance, but disguised as an exit. Yeah. Steam crashed. Oh, stream crashed fully. Oh, dang, I didn't even notice. Yeah, look at that. The timer's at 1 minute now. Well, hey, you know what? At least now the delay's gone. I wonder, though, if that's going to count as 2 different streams. It's fine. I record it separately in case this happens anyway. Oh, that's unfortunate, though. Man, what made it go so badly? I mean, I guess the bitrate is struggling a little bit. Hold on, let me look at this for a second. Oh, yeah, look at that. No, it just completely closed the stream, uploaded it as a VOD. Oh, and now the bitrate is struggling. I don't know. Well, you know, it's fine. We'll keep going. We said we're going to do the whole thing today. We're going to do the whole thing today. I think... Congratulations. You've even confused yourself. That's quite the achievement. You missed 4 minutes. You can only imagine I'm going to get even more confused now. Probably not. We should examine the body, really. But here's what we got. Gun is fully loaded. Bulletproof case is in fact bulletproof. Shot in a spot that goes... that his vest left exposed, and there is this panel on the floor that opens up somehow. That's really all it was. It took quite a while. Let's go check out this vest, though. I don't know what's up with this. Okay, this lever here opens up the panel on the floor, probably. That looks heavy. So this is what a president wears, huh? It must be made of something super special. Yes, to protect him from bullets. Oh, okay, so the bullet did not go clean through. It looked like it from a distance, but no, it's stuck in the vest. What? So it's not just for show? Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest. Oh, so that's what one of those looks like. Why did you just say so? Now I feel silly. What are these documents? Documents of some kind. We could always steal a glance. Another security plan. Oh yeah, like the one from the trash can area. Precisely. But wait, something feels off. Yeah, Rook and Knight are swapped in this one. So this plan was made before Knight got injured. There's also a lot less guards than the other one. Because none of those pawns were present. Oh, actually? You know what? This means that there might have been guards in the crowd, so there might have been another person. Creepy Monk's gonna hide the whole time you're in the room? Aye, just put it out of mind. Hold on, when was this made? Actually, there's a date on it. March 19th? And to March 24th. Huge change. Huge change. Let's cover for Lakeside now. Eyes on this area. Yeah, why'd they get rid of so many guards? That's strange. Okay, well, hold on. There's a lot of things I could note here as being strange. So let's start with the date, shall we? Oh, no, it's one of these. Well, does it want me to find every single difference, or does it just want me to find the one important one? I mean, we have full HP. We might as well try them all. Okay, it just wants me to find the one important difference. Got it, got it. In that case... we can present on Knight or Rook and say that they swap places. I think both should work. Right? Unless there's something in here that indicates otherwise. Just double check them real quick. Photographs. Here's the thing. There's a lot of things that contradict with this. I don't know which thing specifically they want me to use. I assume they want me to use the other security plan. They do. Okay. The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Huh? Oh, you're right! Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we all have been out of the job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure, too. And where were you while this was happening? You were the first one I overpowered, were you not? Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm stuttering. Shut up, kid. Ah, now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. Oh, it's you! Busted up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right. I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Okay, so that throws the Rook is part of the plan out the window. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention. Ah, I'm just as good as he ever was. You were just a pawn to his queen, my young friend. What the heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name? You admire his skills as a bodyguard? Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives, but his in particular stayed with me. It joined in the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection he was talking about. And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts two people. Me and Rook. Alright. How does that explain your change of position? Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side. I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. I could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. That's very interesting. And what about this little lion here? Is this going to open up the bottom hatch? A curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression staring straight at me. Hey, look! There's a big lever right by its butt. Don't even think about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything, I swear. I imagine that lever opens the panel beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trap door. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so, and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. It is, yeah, I was going to note that earlier, is that I don't think the knife is much of a threat, considering the guy is practically wearing armor. Especially if it's one of the tougher braces. But I suppose he gets the trick done still, since he could just put it beneath his chin. That would also kill him. These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they get a lot of use as well. Oh, that's what those were. I was wondering what those were. You know, I don't see those around much where I live. I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too. Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use. Objection, Your Honor! It's simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he is human, and therefore possesses only 2 hands. 20 hands wouldn't be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection. Alright, I think we're done down here. Let's zoom out and do some puzzle, shall we? I think I have... Oh, yep, I have 6, which I think is the maximum amount. So let's see here. Bullet through the body. We still don't know where it ended up. Oh, it went through Rook and into the vest. Got it. That's what happened. I needed to visualize that before it actually connected. I suppose that's literally what this is here for, though. 2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life. But there's a bullet in the president's vest, too, right? How is that possible? How indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation. There is. The alarms look like clickers used to train your dog. Aye, they certainly do give that impression, but they are not nearly so pleasant to the hear. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1. No way! He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact? Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage. Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way. But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff. Sounds like he didn't even need a vest. Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. Remind me what those are again? Oh, the classic Ace Attorney trope. explaining what ballistic markings are every single time they come up. Yep, that's fine. Let's read it. Guns leave behind a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort. You can tell all that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away. Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find. What? But I was all set for some analyzing. I always figured that was going to be the case. Now let's see what else we have. Rook's gun has not been fired. That one has. Knight's position is to the right of the stage. I don't think we can do anything else with what we have. Let's keep looking around, shall we? Can I talk to these two? I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Ah, here we are. We can talk to them. Good, good, good. Things are progressing well, I hope. There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, I absolutely despise betrayals of all kinds. Yes, I know. Indeed you do. So please, do take care not to double-cross me. Accidentally or otherwise. Oh, yeah, it is useful this time. It is. I suppose it is why they did it this time, because this is the beginning of the game, and a lot of people might just skip to this one for some reason. Well, not for some reason. I know how DS games are. Sometimes you just have one and you make do, even if you don't have the previous. I really have no choice but to do as he says for now. Can't believe I let an assassin onto the President's plane. You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Don't give me that. I know what you really want. You do indeed, because you heard me say it already. I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the President by a certain someone. You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Fine. I'll get back to the investigation. Good. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I guess I'll have to present some things, then. Is this your gun? Such a frightfully blunt instrument. No knowledge or skill required. Okay, I thought so. You didn't seem like the type that used them. The use of such a tool speaks to the fundamental lack of reverence for the craft, wouldn't you say? You're telling me there's a level of reverence involved when choosing a murder weapon? Indeed I am, Mr. Edgeworth. You wouldn't agree? A weapon is a weapon. Well, I totally agree, and so does he. Now say sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. What is there even to apologize for? Okay. How about the Steel Samurai? No, probably not that, actually. Realistically, I should be doing everything. Let's check the bulletproof case. Nope, okay, nothing there. How about the bulletproof vest? Nope, also nothing there. You got it. Red raincoat was in fact his, so we could present that. He'll probably have something to say about it. This single piece of evidence was all it took for you to track me down. You really are as good as they say. He is a really great character. I love him. He's fantastic. I think he's the only, like, good... His case was the only good one I remember from the second game, but then again, I don't remember most of the cases from the second game. I just remember the one that was really, really bad. And his, which is really, really good. I still don't get why you hid it under the samurai dog stand. As I said, I did not wish to be mistaken for the shooter. The shooter you identified by means of a different jacket entirely. Or do you doubt your own logical conclusions? I have to admit, there are no lies to be detected in his words. Okay. I don't think any of these other things would be especially notable at the moment. We can go elsewhere then. Let's check these cases, shall we? There's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and out of the plane. Oh, in and around the plane. Oh, it's a little minotaur. We can see ourselves. One of the things is turned off. Why is this one not a monitor? What on earth is this? He looks like your grandpa if he shaved. I can, well, I mean, obviously I can't see that because I don't know what your grandfather looks like. But he certainly is the correct age for that. Oh, that's the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch it. But if that's the case, then why has it been left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird. It certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There's almost certainly another monitor here. Yeah, but why is the inside of the monitor hollow? Isn't that weird? Did someone scoop out the entire contents of it? These monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Really? You don't think this one that's blank is out of the ordinary? Okay, sure. I guess that's where the president is then, actually. This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room. They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res. No, they're not. They're CRTs. Oh, I'm afraid I can't tell myself. Saying the push-up close make it look cuter? Aye, it certainly is. I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. They're just the usual deeply etched lines. You know, on your forehead. If you quite finished... Edward does not look old yet. He still has a while before that happens. Now let's see, what else do we have around here? What are these? Someone has left an inflatable boat and oar here. Oh, that's what it is. Probably so it's ready to go at any time. Wait, but there's only one oar! You can still row with one oar, you know. Okay, I thought that gas mask was broken for a second, but that's just a strap, I see. 2 gas masks, in case of a poison attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times. Wow, gas masks! I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course. Oh? From a fellow thief, I presume? No, from the Jammin' Ninja, you know, my favorite kids' TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but toxic ninja Wolfsbane showed up and laid down some sick burns. And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two. If you had a plush you cared about, you'd certainly give it a good hiding spot. Oh, I could understand that line of thinking. Certainly, certainly. But the fact that the glass is underneath it indicates that it is not a hiding spot. That was placed there afterwards. Now what's over here with obviously the canaries for poison. A riot shield, and next to it a canary in a cage. Aw, she's so sweet! I want one! Do you ever see a cuter partner in crime? Partner in crime? Well, yeah, she could help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. The great thief is no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth. Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? And what about the big door? I think that's the last thing we need. Oh, actually, no, we need to talk to our reporter friend again. You're saying that as if you don't have several plushies you love? I don't actually have any of the plushings I had when I was a kid anymore. I know where they are. I think one of my younger siblings has them. But yeah, no, I don't have them anymore in my possession. The president is on the other side of this door. And what a door it is! Bet I could get the better of it, though. Get the better of it? Doors aren't there to be beaten. But look how heavy it is! Look at that lock! It's just sitting there, begging me to try it! Calm down, Kay, and think. Why might this door be locked? For me to open it, of course. Precisely, for you to open it, of course. Wait, what is the right answer anyway? Okay, let's talk to our potential suspect. Or, not potential suspect, they are a suspect. I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. I bag scoops, not souls. But then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight? That was... I just, knew y'all would think it was fishy. Is that really all it was? Please, you gotta believe me. I can never do something like this. I'd like to tell you that everything will be alright, but just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it, one way or another. Thanks, Chief. I believe in you. How many times must I tell you, I am not your chief? Oh, sorry, Ruffles. Clean forgot you were chief number 2. That's not what I meant. Alright, let's see what we can present to you. How about the gun? Suddenly, the prosecutor pulled out a revolver and pointed it right at the innocent young reporter. Her tragically short life over, almost before it had begun. She crumpled doll-like into a watery grave. Perhaps if you'd actually been shot, I could understand you saying such an awful thing, Miss Lloyd. But if I wait that long, I won't be able to say nothing at all. True. Okay, you're not going to talk about it, even though it was presumably in your possession? Okay. Also, this is the first time we're hearing the sad song. It sounds similar to one from a previous game, but I can't quite put my finger on it. And I don't think anything else in here is notable, because she was not outside. Not outside, she was not inside. I suppose we can present the photos. Sure, I was the one who made the recording, but I know. You don't need to say any more. At the end of the day, I'm just a lousy reporter who can't speak for herself, let alone the people. That's not true, and even if you can't, the evidence can speak on your behalf. You're very sentimental with your gifts? And with all your plushies you have are gifts from friends or family? I certainly understand that. No, I mean, I guess technically a lot of the plushies I got were gifts because I was a child. I never really viewed them as gifts. I just kind of viewed them as a part of my, like, existence, kind of. Because I don't have any memories of getting most of them. They were just kind of spawned into my life. Thanks, Ruffles. I'll be stealing that line, if you don't mind. Sure. If it'll cheer her up, I suppose I can let it slide. Okay, that covers recording and the photos. In that case, I suppose there's nothing here. Which is interesting, because I don't actually know what I do now. Why does it say there's something here to investigate? Can I... Oh, okay, you don't believe there's anything more to be found here. There's no check mark. How strange. Does it really want me to investigate literally everything in this room in order to stall for time? It might. In that case, the only... Let's check our puzzle pieces first, though. I don't think they want me to literally stall. Rook's gun wasn't loaned from Zhang Fa, and it's the same type as this revolver, so we could do this one and see if that works. Oh, it does, it does, it does. Wonderful. The two guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Zhang Fa. The bodyguards all got their guns from Zhang Fa authorities, right? Yes. Are they, like, super rare or anything? No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either. Boo! And here I thought they all might be valuable treasures. Yes, it is something of a shame. Whoa! I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once! I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose. Ha! See? Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation. You could say that. Alright then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation. She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. Well, and that was the last thing we need to do. Wonderful. That's quite enough that's quite enough investigating for now. What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you to do so. Another witness? Who? You don't mean... The most important witness of all. The man on the other side of that door. He really intends to have me question the President. Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop right there, the killer. You must be nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Oh, is he actually going to show? I'm assuming he's gonna come out in like full armor or something. Like plate mail or something. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of man you really are. Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this! Let's all just calm down, alright? Come on, detective, where the blazes are you? And hey! The lights! What's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the President after all, even with Mr. Knight's life at my bargaining chip. No, stop! Ah! Hey! Kay! You won't get away with this, to killer. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. Where are you? Where'd you go? Ah! I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it looks like he solved it. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Oh, he stole the raft. Oh, is he going across the lake then? Okay. I must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you're okay. Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head'll be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer? Well, you see, Miss Lloyd came running out of that plane and, she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something, too. It seems there's an inflatable boat missing from by the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. What about the cordon around the park? I called everyone back to the stake out the plane, including the guy stationed across the water. No! So he's completely slipped through our fingers? Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knights, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, a calling card. So he's taking the blame for this, since we haven't solved it yet. Oh, this is very interesting indeed. A calling card marked with a seashell. Guess he wanted to leave a message. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. But you're not dead, sir. But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. I can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. A bit early for a flashback, don't you think? And now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. All clear over here, sir. Over. Huh? What's going on? Now is the president. He's coming out. Now? Oh? Ah, here he is. So he's the president of Zhang Fa, Mr. Dijun Wang. And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhang Fa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You must be referring to the Yatagarasu case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I've been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away. That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through the security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs. And from this point forward, this case will be handled by Zhang Fa's police force, the finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case? What do you think you're doing, pal? No one talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have... Detective? Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zhang Fa's jurisdiction. You fail to see. Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no! 1,000 times no! I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered, and remove yourself from this plane. I'd do as he says if I was you, Edgeworth. Ugh. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? They really should give him a larger suit, yeah, you are right. I imagine, though, it's going to be part of his breakdown, because he definitely seems like he's going to have one at some point. Maybe it'll tear off. Or burst off, more accurately. Anyway, there goes our evidence. Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us? Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away. To make an attempt on my life, to murder one of my faithful servants, that's a new word. The effrontery, the villainy. I didn't murder nobody. 'Cause Shut your mouth, Mr. Journalist. I'm giving a lot of people in this chapter southern accents, aren't I? It kind of just fits, though, with the revolvers, I think. And obviously, Lloyd here has one because she's associated with Lotta. Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and inquiety, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no. 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you. He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, there's got to be something we can do. Think, Miles. Remember, how many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses, encountered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And you've always got to the truth of the situation in the end. Your greatest weapon of all. Your words. Oh, are we going to do another chess thing? Oh, hiccups. Let's hope those don't keep going. Oh, it's chess time. Now, let's analyze the state of play. Oh, that's going to be a starting line every time? Be gone, puny prosecutor, or do you dare defy the direct order of a president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offense, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. Feel like it would be a mild safety hazard? Oh, no, it's not just a mild safety hazard. That is a serious safety hazard. I don't know if you know anything about, like, 1800s European fashion, but even 17 and 1600s as well, but corsets were very popular for their appearance, but they were extraordinarily dangerous, cutting off blood flow and oxygen to the brain. There's actually a scene that sort of popularized that little bit of information in Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, where, I don't remember her name, but the girl falls unconscious because of the corset she's wearing. And this guy has a very, very similar thing going on. Obviously, he's not wearing a literal corset, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting a similar effect. You know, if it was a realistic, that is. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I'd say calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. Alright, my first aim should be to find out why he is insisting that Zhang Fa take over the case. The board is set, time to make my opening gambit. Okay, that's his ending line every time, got it. Please, about the case. Did I give you permission to speak? No, 1,000 times no! I am the leader of Zhang Fa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force. I do. Now enough of your pointless questions. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang Fa. You have no rights here. You've won a few corsets before, mostly for your own comfort, but you always make sure they're safe. Aye, very dangerous, very dangerous. Is that so? Could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Could you at least explain to me why I am off the case? Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. Also, on the topic of his appearance, he also is probably really dehydrated in order to have his muscles that defined. Either that or he is injecting something into him that he really should not be. Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. Huh. You smarmy smart aleck. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang Fa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Oh, no! I knew it was going in this direction, but I'm so upset. Do not bring this back. This was the worst part of the previous game. That was the worst argument ever. Enough! Cease your objectionable whining. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. And it was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true, extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means that you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into that chain, into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? Okay, second half, here we are. This next move will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. He is designed with the lion in mind, certainly. Let's see. Does that rule really apply here? We're on water. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you even understand what you are asking? Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame? Oh man. I had to cough. Calling into question the good word of one such as myself? I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who's being wrongly accused of this crime. Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to the extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zhang Fa. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. Surely you see that you've overplayed your hand. Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. You dare tell me how to govern? How to lead? How you dare to contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt? Yes, I do. No! She is guilty. She is the culprit. There's nothing left to debate. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into. Worthless, meaningless bluster. Some pathetic ploy to buy time, perhaps? Maybe it's a little pathetic to chime in like that here. I'm not sure I get this. Do I really just need to be completely passive during that part? Hold on. Let me get back to where I was. I think it just wants me to be completely passive and let him keep talking. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There was no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So he's claiming that Mr. Lloyd fired at him from outside of the plane. This could be a vital clue. Okay, it really does want me to be passive. I sort of don't want to in the face of someone this aggressive. But I suppose it is technically the smart thing to do. It just seems like he could shut me down at any time. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside of the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. Ugh! How could I... bested by a mere prosecutor. But I am the president! The president! Checkmate. Oh, and we get some motivation restored. Mind chest checkmate. We're almost done, it feels. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. Ugh. Also, it's really weird. His head is two different sprites. The back of his hair remains completely still even when he nods. I just noticed that. I hereby officially and unreservedly confer my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby... There can be no other outcome. If our goals are lofty, and our hearts... People of Zhengfa, I swear to you here and now, these investigations will continue. And all that when he could have just said, okay, you got me? Mr. Knight, if you'd care to return to the evidence... I'm stuttering so much today, huh? Take it. Case evidence retrieved. We did it, Mr. Edgeworth. We sure did, and now the investigation can continue. Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor if you'd be so kind. What is it? Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify? Whoa, hey, that's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight. You will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so. That's... Oh, okay. I just realized we're pretending this is Japan right now. Got it. I was a bit confused for a second. What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, listen, and listen well. Oh, it's a lot brighter now. Where I was when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. That is a lie. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation? My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want to be made public. A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye. And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all. Also, I just realized something. Because his design has come up so much, he could not possibly have been wearing a bulletproof vest during his speech. That is obviously not going to come up because it's just a design thing. Oh, well, actually, it could come up. They have brought up design stuff like that before. Does it make sense? But no, I think he was wearing the vest and it just doesn't make sense, is all. Somehow he put imprinted muscles onto it. Also, nice of them to put the Minotaur right in the background where we can see it. Makes it easy for whenever we need to bring it up later. Anyways, the balloon. Tisk tisk. You say it was a plain red balloon that burst? But I strongly beg to differ. Wha? Take a look at this. I think you would agree it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? No! Well, what? Who is that? Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him, especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch the Jammin' Ninja too, he's amazing! So you see, the balloon was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And there they are, all right on the security oh, this is Wang. I know, he's Wang. And there they are, all right on the security, there they are, right on the security plan. They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons. Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Guess they only reported on the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow. So they swapped it in an emergency replacement? Yeah. One of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said. Oh, it's Larry, because Larry owns that big balloon. I remember that from the first game. A happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. Huh. They filled it just the bottom part up there to make it look like the other ornamental balloon. So while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above the water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight! Why was I not informed of this? Oh, sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Would he really have mistaken the Steel Samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What's that outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it? That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Is that so? Well, that also couldn't be, because you were up on stage. Yes, those 2 flags. They were being blown back towards me. There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. Does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? Oh, it does. It took me a second to put that together. The shooting was from on stage, I guess. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Which piece of evidence contradicts the stated conditions of the stage at the time of the incident? This one. Earlier, we deduced that the bullet had struck the Steel Samurai balloon, and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these 2 things, we further deduced that the trajectory of the bullet must have taken. Oh man, I misread that, huh? That's fine. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But the flags were blowing as the President describes. Our conclusion becomes quite different. No way! The flags were pointed in the other direction. Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. Huh. Was the President trying to kill Shelley? And if we trace the trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot. Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean... Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Who does that bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one who fired the shot? Oh, wait, did I do the wrong one? Oh, my bad. Wait, was it not him? Oh, it's Knight. Right, because he's in the way. I forgot. My bad, my bad. I got too caught up in my own theory. The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. What? The path from the balloon back to the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. But the guy is one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? And Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin? Seriously, Edgeworth, we've put up with a lot from you, but this? We're President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces that put on the board to protect the king. I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. The wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during the crucial moment. The first shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it can also show what was happening to the flag then. Oh, I completely missed that. Oh. Well, actually the flag's not here. Do I have any other photos, perhaps? Not there, not there. Huh. Well, I thought the flag would be here. Well, there's nothing in the shot that seems to indicate the... Oh, no, there it is. There's the flag. Also, I just realized the reason that they've had, Knight slinging his gun around everywhere is because that gun is a crucial piece of evidence, because it's going to have a bullet missing. Your proof is in this picture right here. Huh, this should be good. Which picture? Where? We can see which way the flag was really blowing right here. Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting. So, that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon? Making him the assassin? Oh man, my voice is starting to go. Mr. Knight? Oh man, hold on. Okay, I think I'm good now. Anyway, I think he is not the assassin. Actually, no, he is, because he would need to be able to shoot underneath Rook's arm. Oh, I guess not. Oh, I guess they mean he's not the assassin of the president, but he is the assassin of Rook. Okay, that makes sense. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? And watch out you answer, or I might aim for something else next. There was a point, I'm sure of it. I can figure out what it was. Perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Oh, wait, no. That statement I just made just now about him shooting Rook was wrong. I just realized. Because the bullet entered from the front, front angle, but still. They went out the back into the president. I definitely shot the balloon. That fact alone changes everything about the case. Well, let's see. Knight shot the balloon. Here, let's do this. Was he looking to the right in that photo? Or was that the left? That was to the left, I think. Why did Knight's assigned position change? I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. I can only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. But is that the only reason? Let us suppose that the plan hadn't changed. The Knight had remained posted on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Could it be the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we were supposed to, if we suppose that was left, bleh, and if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Oh, this is a flashback. It's hard to tell if it's black and white because it already kind of is black and white. That's right! The president was the one who ordered the change! Okay. In that case, why did the president organize an assassination attempt on himself? Was it for publicity, perhaps? Or is this going to be like a problem that we were trying to solve throughout the entire game? If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting, which means he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did they get the president to suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president don't want us to consider. There's only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt. Huh? Idiot. You do understand what you're saying. Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you are so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke? Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning, nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with a specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon was guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because that second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit. So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest? I'm willing to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. Urgh. Is he gonna pop? He keeps popping up his cheeks. So Mr. Heroic President take a bullet after all? That's not true. I was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves when we take a closer look at the bullets. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? Urgh. But you said it yourself. You found the shooter in the photograph, the person with the red hood. I thought I had made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. Then where does Tabby fit into all this? She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place a suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The highly suspicious person with the red hood. Oh, wrong person. I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a red laser sight at the president. That's right! I was tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd fled into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. But then the case would have gone cold! Exactly what our friends here were hoping for. Makes sense now that they wanted you off the case. Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetuated by the president himself. Oh! It's the opposite of what I thought. I thought he was going to rip his shirt off. No, he's deflating. And his face is sagging too. No, The president's mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it. The entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? If that stupid chief prosecutor had insisted on signing you. How could I let this happen? Objection. Oh, new voice. Oh, that's what Knight sounds like. Well, I was right. It's very American accent, but also it's kind of stiff. That's enough, Edgeworth. Not changing my voice. Oh, Mr. Knight! Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Oh, he just unloaded his gun. I guess it's not going to be an important piece of evidence. Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king. Aye, yep, go ahead, do your tricks. So go ahead, keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. He wouldn't. Would he? Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? It was being hidden by your case. An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. A certain something, huh? Mighty specific. He used his bulletproof case. My attached case? Yes, take a look at case photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun, and in such a way that you wouldn't be detected. Oh, his voice is terrible. I hate that. You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? That theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hid my gun with the attached case. We changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation. Circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. Ugh. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of a lake. You're gonna go dredge it up? Oh, he certainly could. It wouldn't be the first time they've gone looking in this lake for stuff. I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete. I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth. You know, we do have those empty bullet casings that you just dropped on the floor. Miss Lloyd? Of course. She could shed some light on this with the whole shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist? Nah, never mind. That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd? I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist, after all, are you not? Dang it! I can't stay quiet any longer! Hey, you must understand what you're doing, right? I'd think carefully before opening that mouth of yours. I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. But real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before. What is it? It's the laser pointer I use on the president. But that's all I done. I never shot nobody. You stupid. I thought I could told you. You squeal and you go down as an accomplice. It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Zhang Fa's embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you an exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff. But what about the gun in the trash can? That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that there pointer at the president. I never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry, though truly I am. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. Ugh, what's wrong with you people? Don't have you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet, Ugh! Oh, he had a live bullet in there, bud. Maybe have some trigger discipline next time, So let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip at our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder. Or something like that. All the dirty... I said no such thing. Oh. The president? Is he gonna fess up? President Wang. Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt? Oh, is he gonna try and get out of this by admitting a lesser crime? I do. I'm sorry. Oh, he's not. But why? Why do something like that? My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know that what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies, all of it. And the bullet in the vest? It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today. But then, what was up with the killer? Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as the fake assassin to finish the job. There is one thing I don't understand, though. Oh, and what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true, and therein lies the real question. He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhang Fa, but he was someone I could fully trust. Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who hides from his own shadow. Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the President as I am to you, huh, sir? I believe that's for me to say, Detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct? He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. And you would have done well to listen to him. This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted. Huh. What was so great about him, anyway? Huh? What's gotten into him? He was just another piece on the board, there to protect you, nothing more. Oh, Mr. Knight! How could you? Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? While that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most. I value your support too, of course, but... Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are going to change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategy, Grandmaster, rightful leader of this team. We are all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you? Heh. Why? My plan this time was perfect. As they always are, and as they always will be. You guess Knight shot him as an attempt to become head bodyguard? That certainly is the direction it seems to be going. The one thing I'm confused about is how he got the angle on him. Because... Oh, actually, you know what? They did just clear that up, because I was wondering how he would have gotten in front of Rook in order to get through the whole of the vest and into the other guy's vest. But since the other vest was planted ahead of time, I guess he could just have shot him under the armpit. That would have worked just fine. Okay, it seems like this tutorial is going to wrap up pretty nicely. That's quite the statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was such an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you and that buffoon Rook. And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you in on this plan. I wouldn't have had to let you on this plane. Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that. Fine. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's just what he always wanted. But did he die protecting the President? Oh, wait! I thought the whole assassination thing was fake. Ah, come on, do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second? That wasn't me. Oh, really? Then who did fire it? The real assassin. But not the killer. His plan was to come after the President with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our Lily-White Queen over there. What? Ah! Why? Lily-White Queen. That is a strange title. You did wonder how Rook would jump high enough to get him in the armpit? Oh, it's not necessarily a jump high thing. Oh man, this is where, okay. This is where I wish I had my camera. But, you really just need to get shot in the side while your arms are not... Actually, I think we have the photo in here, don't we? Where is it? So you can see here, Rook here has his arm held out. So his elbow's lifted behind that case in order to hold it up this high. Which means his whole side, which is the exposed part, basically, or at least the upper half is the exposed part. You don't actually have to jump. The guy would just have to turn the gun around and it would go straight into the armpit. Because if you look at the bulletproof vests, they have huge holes that you can move. What? Oh, Miss Lloyd. Again, with this, I'm not your danged assassin. But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun in the trash can, it can only belong to you. Well, it looks like it's their final, or second to last, little testimony. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the President back over to the plane. I did mean before we knew it was night. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. In that case, that certainly makes sense. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. Was that according to plan? Hold on. This is the... Yeah, okay, both the plans have been compiled into one. Wrong button. This is the new plan. Night to immediately escort president. Yeah, that's true. Okay. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king. You want to translate? He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter if it's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case, but this is where the battle really begins. Also, I'm really popping off this southern accent. I'm usually not that great at it. I think it's because I'm doing two characters that have it, so it's keeping it fresh in my mind. Now then, let's see here. Where do you want to start with this one? Single killer shot was fired by the gun found in the trash can. This one was missing 2 bullets. So that's pretty straightforward. So, you contend that it was you who shot the balloon, and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook? Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. While what you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard, the gun from the trash can itself had also been fired twice. Ugh! Now, why would that supposed number of shots heard from the gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple. Because it was planted. Planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Somebody... oh man, I almost did a fake accent with a southern accent with her. You can't do accents with all. Can't even imitate your own country. That certainly is how it is for a lot of people. You have to really practice with it. Even in my case, I'm still not great at it. I think I can do my current one, which is a Pacific Northwest sort of accent. I can do a southern one, kind of, because I've been around some people who speak with that. And if I really try, I can do, like a New York-style accent. But anything outside of... Oh, also, I occasionally slip into Canadian, as in Northwest Canadian. But as outside of that, anything I try to do would just sound horrible or really stereotypical. Which sometimes is what you want, but it's certainly not what I want most of the time. Somebody faked the evidence? Yes, and if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude the shooter had been in the spectator area. Your accent is all over the place, probably because you learned English by watching random YouTubers. Oh yeah, no, that'll certainly have an influence. I recall, there's an old documentary about like a computer with learning programs being being sent to like India or something. Or maybe it was, no, I think it was the Middle East actually. And everyone who used it to learn English ended up with an English accent. English as in like from England. Very interesting. Oh, I guess I can also kind of do an English accent. Not a great one though. And especially because there's a lot of variety in English accents. Because, England is basically its own state. Like a nation state. Actually, would that be the right word? I'm not sure how UK politics are. Well, the point is there's a lot of variety, so I can't really do all of them. I can do it really subtle, or I can do it super overblown and posh. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon. I get it. So that's why that's why he's got 2 spent rounds, huh? Precisely. And we have already proven the bullet that had burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Heh. Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthin'. But why don't you get to the point? You've come this far, spit it out. You know that Bluey created a bunch of Australian accented kids across the world? Oh, yeah. That probably would do it. Though, admittedly, I am not around anyone who is that impressionable when it comes to their accents who watched Bluey. All the youngest people in my life are just past that age at this point. Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was... you, Bronco Knight. You, Mr. Knight, you're the one who murdered Mr. Rook. Oh, finally got the courage to say it, huh? Oh, surely not. Surely you wouldn't have... It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of the fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim in the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door of the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body. Wait, you're really going to claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Want to tell me how that works? Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside, not even gunfire. But wasn't the president right next door? Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I had to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room. And that's why you did it this time too, right? Oh, that's what you did this time too, right? Well, that is... What's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important. Oh, Please, President Wang. Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears. What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real? Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and... oh, it's just too much. Oh, this is a new silly song. I suspect we'll be hearing this quite a few times. Oof, that there's sadder than the pot of overcooked crawfish. Oh, not really, that's a perfectly reasonable fear. Ahem. Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. Did I say that right? You saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? Aye. Gunshots up close really are horrible. Not just the feeling of it, but also just for your ear health. It'll destroy your hearing. That's why everyone wears earmuffs or plugs, either way, whichever you prefer. So you think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day? I want to believe you, but... I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that girl over there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah, well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday or the day before. Then today, another bullet. That bullet that hit Rook. Well, that's pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe, but can you prove it's not true? Never heard a single gunshot in your life? Guns are illegal there without a hunting license? Oh yeah, no, it's not really pleasant. Not really pleasant at all. Though, I will say, if you're far away from it, you can't even tell if it's a gunshot most of the time. It'll just sound like a firework. Also, I would just like to take some moment to point, this is the one thing of these spin-offs that I don't consistently enjoy, and I feel like I won't, is that at this point, he should be in cuffs. He should be going before a grand jury, or the equivalent, depending on what country we're pretending this is, in order to determine if there's enough evidence to consider going to trial. But for some reason, Edgeworth is always intent on solving it right here and right now. Which, you know, it makes sense from a gameplay perspective and like a narrative perspective, but it does bug me, knowing how this would actually play out. Like a detective watching an actual detective show. No one wears gloves in those. Not without certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for? Ugh. There must be something. Mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby's... Please, Ruffles. I messed up, I know I did. I should have never done what I did. Not even for a scoop. But murder? Nah, that ain't me. Ain't a murderous bone in my body. Conclusive proof. If only I could prove the knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. You at least had the bullets that burst the balloon. You might have a scrap of credibility. Hold on. If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it fires from. No proof, no case, end of conversation. Oh, I really leaned into it there, huh? Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Huh. Of course I do. This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well, my conclusive evidence is... Is it in my possession? I don't think it is. Let me look at the body. The bullet passed clean through his body, entered from the left armpits, presumably exited the right side, or the back, either way. Not the vest, not the attached case. No, because the attached case was open on the floor. Did he put it in the security monitor? Is that what happened? Oh, and then the little minotaurs blocking a bullet hole in the wall? Probably. In that case, I say it's not in my possession, right? Not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing, folks, but that's game over. However, it is here in this room. What? Dang, this guy's gonna blow his face off. As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. He's right. If the President had been wearing that vest, things would have been a lot worse. We did see him empty earlier, and we did not see him load it. So I assume he reloaded it between scenes. I don't think they want to animate a whole reloading sequence. But it should have 6 in it, based on the other guns we opened up. But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet? I like it, a twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense. Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up? It does, yes, right here. There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yeah, a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh! I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. Huh. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? Well, there was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. That is missing the word "to." The editors missed something. But where did it go, and why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet would have to be removed. So, where did the missing monitor go? Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objection to the search. Please, go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. What are you? I don't believe this. Rook this, Rook that. Don't you ever think about anybody else? The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind. Where is he going to find it? It's going to be... Oh, there it is. Oh, sir, I found the monitor. Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullets. Well, let's see. If I put my hand in here and just... Come on, come on. Got it! Oh, you put your hand in there? Oh, sorry, sorry, Gumshoe. Well, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, there's no doubt about it. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested, straight through your heart. Even you must now admit if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd could not be Mr. Rook's killer. Oh, I'm starting to stutter again. What? No pity? Pithy? That's a new word. Casually putting your hand through your shattered monitor cannot be good. I know, right? They never give him gloves, which is so weird. You'd think he would, but I mean, I guess his, like, the assumption is that he has super calloused hands at this point. Or either that or he just doesn't care. I mean, this is the same guy who got into a car accident because he was just too, like, enthusiastic about delivering evidence. And he was completely fine out of that, I think. Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found. Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it. Hello, forensics man. Alright, let's see what forensics has to say. Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim. If it were me, you would want gloves for all things Gumshoe is doing? Oh, most certainly, most certainly. In fact, Gumshoe and Edgeworth should have gloves on almost 24/7 in this series because they are acting, they're both acting as detectives, so they should not be touching anything with their fingerprints unless they're trying to get framed for crimes. Notably, they've both actually been framed for crimes before. Gumshoe kind of not really, it was a very minor attempt, but Edgeworth had been a serious attempt at that before. Also, I just realized the president's belly is hanging out. I did not even notice that. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun. Probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. And lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with the weapon. What? But how could that be? No way! Oh, come on. Oh, wrong person. Oh, come on. From a design standpoint, they could give them all unique gloves as well. I know, right? Also, it would fit both of their personalities to be wearing gloves. Because, like, Gumshoe could have, like, really torn up, terrible pair of gloves. It would fit him. Because in case you're wondering, here's a little information. Gumshoe's jacket was originally tan. It was not green. I don't mean, like, from a design standpoint. I mean, like, in universe, it was originally tan. He's just poor. And Edgeworth must certainly be wearing gloves. Because, I mean, he really likes nice stuff. Like, just look at his outfit. He has a huge cravat. There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet. Oh, how? Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? I guess you misread the board. Because the only one backed into a corner here is you. I mean, getting good use out of your jacket is important. You're late to Gumshoe here? Aye, certainly, certainly. I don't know if I would keep a tan jacket until it turned green, though. Especially knowing that it's absolutely due to his poor living situation. There's no denying it. Forensics prove that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook. Ooh. What are you on? I guess I'm getting tired. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth. Just remember two things. One, where you found that gun, and two, which gun that fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter. How did it come to this? Your jacket is covered in different paint and mud stains. No reason to change it out. Aye, certainly. I personally don't have much stains on my jackets because they're usually getting wet. But I do have a lot of paint stains on my pants. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is. There's no way Tabby did it, is there? Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over the statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from him. Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. Let's see what we have here. Forensics proved that the gun and the bullet are a match. No issues there. Bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. No problem there. So who pulled the trigger? Well, it can't have been... It can't have been Tabby, because she doesn't have gloves, unless she just has some in her backpack for some reason. And her prints were not originally on it. And you say it can't have been you, because you were up on the stage. Huh. I mean, you could have just swapped the guns, right? You know, swapped your gun with that one. You wish you worked with paint more. You don't have options with ideas what to do with it. I personally have never been especially fond of painting. The painting I'm saying are like from work-related stuff. But the reason I'm not fond of painting is probably just because I don't get much practice with it. Because, you know, paint expensive. Also messy. And I've, you know, never really had too much opportunity to work with it. So no practice either. So I'm just fine with my pencil paper and recently digital art. Now let's see here. What do we want to use here? We don't use the other gun, do we? I think we should press these last 3 statements. Yes, who indeed? Still can't bring yourself to admit the truth, huh? I get it. I was in your shoes just a few minutes ago. Burn me up on the inside, you know. Maybe you really want to shoot someone. Sorry, it's no laughing matter, I know. But we both know who really did shoot someone, don't we? Overall, you wish you could do more art things, but shaky hands suck. You have your button paintings though, and you enjoy those? Aye, certainly. Important for everyone to find something they enjoy. Did I say that right? I hope so. What proof is there that Miss Lloyd fired that gun? What proof? How about the forensics you ordered? They didn't find her prints though, did they? Yeah, the only prints they found were yours, pal. From when I confiscated the evidence, probably. Anyway, say it wasn't Miss Journalist's. Who was it? Because it can't have been me. Your own investigation put the shooter in the spectator area, didn't it? Ugh. Are you ready to admit it? Yet, all the evidence points in one direction. Huh. Buttons are insanely expensive, though? Oh, I wouldn't know, actually. I don't go out of my way to buy buttons, usually. But how do I prove this? I don't actually know. It can't have been you, because you were up on stage. Were you up on stage? Are you in this photo? I don't think so. I don't see anything here that would indicate that you're present. Except maybe this bag? Is that the bag that the gun was in? No, I don't even have the bag the gun was in as evidence. And I can see you on stage there and there. But you did come back out afterwards. What about in here? Ooh. Oh man, I'm starting to get really tired, huh? If you want high quality buttons, they go for around $1 to $2, you think? $1 to $2 per button? Oh. I mean, I suppose that could track. Because they're not really a common thing anymore these days. Thrift stores are a great place to find tons of buttons for cheap. Aye, certainly. From broken clothes. Okay, hold on. It's not the tape. You know, I suppose my thinking is a bit skewed because even though a button itself it would be cheap to make, buttons are usually like even though let me start from the beginning. Even though a button itself would be cheap to make, they're aimed at typically people who are going to be using it for clothing, which is not usually a cheap endeavor. So they'd be have increased prices. Similar to how anything with the word gaming on it would be increased in price. Oh, I think I got my point across. I hope so. I feel like I'm playing that a lot. But how do I prove? I'm a bit lost now, admittedly. I suppose we can keep pressing. If we do this, we'll get the looping dialogue. Use a currency change thing. It's around 1.5 USD for one button. I see. That is pretty bad. That's not what I proved at all. Oh yeah? So what did you prove? Still trying to make this about how I fired the first shot? Sure, you proved that, and I admitted it. But so what? You're forgetting that you're here to do one thing, and one thing only. You got that right, to uncover the truth. And you think ruining your country's relationship with Zhang Fa is going to do that? No, your job is to solve an attempted assassination, nothing else. I'll decide what my job is, thank you very much. You don't get to tell me what to do. Oh, sure. Let the trail go cold while you flip your wig over to see who gets to say what to who. Or you could finally do the right thing and admit that your little friend is guilty. In the thrift stores, you sometimes get an entire jar for 8 USD. Great piece. That's more in line of what I was expecting. Hold on. I don't know what's up with my nose today. I haven't been having allergies. Never. You're the guilty one here. There's no doubt about it. Oh, that was a weak line. The markings on the bullet are consistent with those left behind by the weapon from the trash can. But if Mr. Knight were to have tampered with the gun somehow, he could have only done it once I'd handed over the evidence, and not a moment before. Oh, yeah, when he took the evidence, he just swapped the laser pointer. That makes a lot of sense. I was wondering if he did something like that. But then how do I prove that? Oh, wrong button. I did not want to read that. No, that's... What was that you said? That forensics would back you up? Ugh. How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine. The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. That kinda has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger now. Even so, I simply cannot accept that. But, sir, there is no denying the evidence. There isn't. So what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be an innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay? I'm just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it. You're asking me to call the evidence into question. Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says she did it, then the problem must lie there. You seem very sure about this. You call it my great thief's intuition. Intuition, huh? She could be right. Oh, okay. So I didn't even realize this was happening. So this was a press everything sort of situation. They don't do these often, actually. Very rare. Probably because it's just not a good thing to be doing, if in case someone solves it preemptively, like I just did. Though admittedly, I did solve it at the last possible moment, so it didn't matter. But if I had noticed that from the beginning, then I would have no way to know what I'm supposed to do if this was my first game. But yeah, no, you just had to press everything in order to deduce that he swapped the guns. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... As someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but... If I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be... the gun. If something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. Now, hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he said if I were you, Edgeworth. This can't be the end of the line, can it? Indeed, he had an ample opportunity. There's no doubt this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime, which means it must belong to Bronco. The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. Oh, the hiccups are back. In that case, I get to present now, right? In that case, where do I present? The bullet... Oh, let me read it. Maybe that'll clarify. Switched for the one found in the spectator area. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator. Well, I guess we just present right here. Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was all your doing. Heh. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And? You must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation, you took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. That is a really, really easy to remove laser sight. Not even a screw in it? Dang. It's not accurate at all. But I suppose it doesn't need to be. Heh, I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player, after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. Heh. I'm flattered, but much as that pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof I made the switch? Oh, okay. Is this the final one? The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. Then look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. You say I'm overestimating your abilities. You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Okay, so this is one of those arguments that I can tear apart into a million pieces, which I did. I'm actually surprised it took me this long to find one. I feel like those were popping up all over the place in the first one of these. Everywhere except for the chessboard, that is. Huh. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Ah, shame. Still, I guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up, I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence. It will be your excuse, I'd imagine. Now then, before I actually present anything, let's tear into every piece of this, shall we? It's not a coincidence, because all of these guns were bought from Zhang Fa. Right now, we are pretending that we are in Japan, which means that these should not be acquirable here. Also, yes, he is in fact a jerk. Second, laser sight attached. That can be swapped. Apparently, it's not even screwed on or anything, which I guess makes sense. It's a revolver. There's not really a place to put it, kind of. Actually, can I look at the gun 3D still? Can I do that? Oh, no, it is screwed on. Okay, well, clearly it's a screw that you can remove with your finger or whatever. But the point is, it can be taken off. This one, 2 spent bullets. My guy, you have been shooting your gun on accident, presumably, this entire time. That does not matter. And what proof do you have that you swapped out the gun for yours? We also don't have proof that you didn't swap it. So, no part of this argument is good. He is really on the ropes now. With that being said, what does the game want me to use? I'm not actually sure. Because there's a lot of, like I just pointed out, there's a lot of ways we could go with this. Let's see. Oh, I can look at this in 3D? No, it's okay, just zoom in. Let's see. The gun no longer says it's specifically from Zhang Fa. I will say though, as far as him being a jerk was concerned, I did get that vibe initially, but I thought he was just upset because of the whole situation. So I was being a bit lenient. Oh, where does it want me to actually tear into this? So I just press on everything, perhaps? Probably. I believe he accidentally shot the gun twice so far. Oh, well, he definitely shot the gun more than twice so far, but I think it's that he shot the gun twice before he swapped it, is the point I'm trying to make. A coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity? It can't be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president, and the girl needed to use a shaky gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use. Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun? It's probably something to do with ease of use. There's spent casings to chase down, for example. You do not... Oh my god. No. No, no, no. Okay, listen, I'm not a gun guy or anything, but that is stupid. That is known to be stupid for decades. I believe it was... There's some shooting somewhere in America. Like a shootout. Not a shooting, but like a shootout between the FBI and some other group. And a bunch of FBI agents died. And when they went to go check the pockets, not the pocket, check the bodies, the FBI agents had a bunch of bullet shells in their pockets because in training they had been taught to pick them up so they don't dirty the floor. And so now it's standard pretty much everywhere to do not pick up your casings ever. So this is stupid. No, do not say that, Edgeworth. Even I know this. You know literally nothing about guns, and that seems like nonsense even to you. I know, right? Very dumb. I do get the revolvers being easy used, though. But no, this is a stupid argument. Exactly. The perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail. Or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way. Because you swapped it on there. Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Well, that is... Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here. I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder? This old girl here? Well now. Oh. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it. But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see? Okay, well, I mean... Do I just present the other gun here? I think I do. No, that's not it. Okay. I mean, Edgeworth clearly knows what's going on here. I know what's going on here. The game knows I know what's going on here. But how do I prove that? Nothing here would really help me. Do I just press the last statement? Maybe. The proof is something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now. We do so have proof, right, Mr. Edgeworth? We won't be given the chance to investigate any further. I'll have to work with what we've gathered. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities. If you've got the goods, it's now or never. How are we supposed to prove he switched the guns? Unfortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing. But that in itself is a proof of a kind. Because otherwise, the citations shouldn't line up like they do, right, sir? Right. We must carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. The truth is in there somewhere. In that case, do I present the gun on the last statement? Because I presented it on the second to last. And that doesn't seem like it would be it. If anything, I think it'd be the bloody bullet. What if we try the... We have a lot of HP. Let's see how the game wants me to do this. Does it want me to do the bloody bullet on the second to last statement? No. In that case, we'll try it on the last statement. We have more than enough HP to do this. And that's not it either. Let's try the gun now. No reason we can't do a little trial and error. There it is. Okay, that's how the game wanted me to answer. I just wasn't sure how it wanted me to phrase that one. I have your proof. Right here. That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Also, I should note, trying to figure out how the game wants you to phrase something is an issue that it has a lot in the first game, from what I remember. Because a lot of the time, even though the mysteries are good, you can solve them quite a bit earlier, or at least you can solve the section you're in quite a bit earlier than Phoenix does. So you have to figure out how the game wants you to convey what you know without skipping ahead. It's a little bit frustrating, but it's still a really good game. That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you. I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop? Not a pawn, surely. The evidence that the gun will provide takes the form of fingerprints, I believe, because he reloaded the bullets, right? Fingerprints. Namely, your fingerprints, Mr. Knight. My prints? Ha! Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when he gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there? Oh, the hiccups. What if I told you there are prints on a part of a gun that shouldn't have been touched at any point? What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There's a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. And it's the bullets, right? Not the laser. Here, look at the cylinder, Detective. 2 bullets fired, but where are the prints we're looking for, sir? They are going to be on the bullets. You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected. Because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different. There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found. Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun? We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Ugh. Officer, where exactly are Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The one you mentioned on your report? Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves. I'm not so sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight. Ugh, that's... And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours! And in taking his life, you are the true assassin. I didn't... Heh. Tisk tisk. Checkmate. No! I'm not going to do the freak out as usual, because I can't scream. Not here. Oh, he had a blue badger in there. And there he goes, hammered down to the floor. Actually, a rather tame breakdown compared to the other characters we've seen in this series. I was going to be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Detective Gumshoe? Right away, sir. Oh, curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom. But it's not fair! It's not fair! That could have quite literally killed him considering his neck is already damaged. Certainly. And he also could have killed us considering he still had a loaded gun. But, as always, the breakdowns are where the slapstick really kicks in. Also very Scooby-Doo vibes from me. Like, at least from my perspective. How they never really try to physically fight back. Or if they do, they're physically held back by their breakdown. Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again, now that we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him. You want me to handle it, not Rook? Rook refused. I can rely on you, can't I? Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. You do question how the buff can change from buff, present can change from buff to not so quickly? Aye, aye. Well, we'll just chalk it up to top secret technology, eh? The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played, and I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that, I shall be eternally grateful. I'll be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Zhangfa. You will always be welcome. Oh, and there they go. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well. Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you is of course entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were willing to participate in the staged assassination attempts. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions. I know, and I'm awful sorry about everything, truly I am. I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits. There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon. She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment. Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun. As well as I should be. This case is not over yet. It isn't? How come, sir? Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over. It's the killer, right? Yeah. The killer's calling card? Mr. De Killer has yet to complete his assignment. You mean he might still be trying to murder the president? I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. Oh, look at that. And they're actually setting up something from the beginning. I mean, I guess they kind of did in the last game, but it was the smuggling ring, which was not very notable. Anyway, save the game. Wonderful, wonderful. Is it going to give me a chance to go back to the main menu? Oh, it is. Wonderful. So, that was a fantastic opening to the game. Much more engaging than the previous one, I must say. Much better. Much, much better. I think I'm going to enjoy this one a lot more. I really do. In fact, I think... Oh, actually... I was about to say maybe we can get it done by the end of the year, but these games do tend to be quite long. You're correct that you're confused the entire time? No clue what's going on? Well, I mean, if you have any questions specifically about what's going on, you can always pop them in here. I can probably answer it. But I think we are supposed to be a bit confused, because this is, in fact, sort of in media res, kind of. I mean, it just opened up with a huge deal, that being the assassination attempts, and also it's happening literally 2 weeks after the previous game. So I think it's probably going to... I don't know if it's going to slow down in the next chapter, It might slow down at the opening, but I think they're going to keep up the pace. That much I feel quite confident in. You don't have anything specific? You just really bad at remembering the details? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. But yeah, you know what? This has been great. We did the entire stream, the entire thing in one go. Technically two, but, you know, I can't control the stream breaking. And we'll be back tomorrow for a Nier Automata stream. It's been a while since we did that. It almost feels like I forgot about it at this point, huh? Yeah, it almost does. So with that being said, let's continue our good habits of rating at the end of the stream and rate someone who's playing another Ace Attorney game. This one's playing the first game, and they're also the only one playing in English right now. So we're going to send you guys over there. With that being said, thank you all for tuning in. This has been Seeking Scuffed. I did not realize the video was going to go this quickly. Goodbye.